Councillors, thank you very much for your patience. We'll begin the January meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council in 2023, and a very warm welcome to each and every one of you who are here today in this room, my colleagues, our staff, and to those who are watching online. Councillors, I think we're beginning a new year with a degree of hope that we will continue with the bold ambitions that we have in the Toowoomba region as we work with our community to renew, upgrade infrastructure that will create, once again, that environment for the growth that we see here that not every other community sees. The vibrancy of the private sector in the Toowoomba region, of course, is an important part. In particular today, we will be discussing the new administration building, and in the future, we will continue to discuss major projects that will impact, such as the railway parklands, the Highfields Connection Road, and the upgrade of the Mount Kynoch Water Treatment Plant. We look forward to the upgrades of sporting facilities that prepare our region for part of the excitement of the 32 Olympics. One of my New Year's resolutions is to continue to build a strong relationship with both the state and the federal government. We need to make sure that each level of government recognises the potential of this region. As we get to work on our plans for the new year, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the passing of an amazing lady in the last week. We lost Leah Rappaport. She was a strong lady. She was a pioneer for women in Australian international business. She was a leader in marketing, management and training. She was a wonderfully stylish lady who was so welcoming of anybody who spoke to her. I think one of the things that I loved about what she did was her involvement with supporting youth, multiculturalism, and her love for this region. Don't forget that she was heavily involved in the sunflower at Picnic Point, which I think is a great thing. She is an honorary lifetime member. She received an honorary lifetime award with USQ, where she was very heavily involved. She's a lifetime member of Rotary, on the board of Pure Land, and she conducted business in an era where women didn't normally go to business. So she was an outstanding leader, and I think we will certainly miss her. During the Christmas break, I sadly had to attend the funeral of a former colleague of mine, Jim Twidale, who to me was exemplary on the Moomerran Council. He served 7 years, being elected at a by-election until 2008 when the council was dissolved. But his passion for the community was amazing, and the way that he supported it was great. I'll open the meeting today also by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabul and Jarrawa peoples, and can I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the rich traditions and the bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Now, councillors, we do have leave of absence that has been granted to Councillor O'Shea and Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, and consequently no resolution is required there. Councillor Von Hoff has indicated that she needs leave of absence on the 14th of February 2022, for which there is a resolution required. Would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Shine, did you move?
Oh, no, just
no. Councillor McMahon and Councillor Carl, those in favour? That's carried.
Thank you.
Was anyone else seeking leave of absence?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. Just for today, for up to an hour from about 10 to 10, as patron of the Harlexton Neighbourhood Centre's 35th anniversary, I desire to be there.
Thank you.
Absent from here for that period of time.
Mr. Acting CEO, how do we handle that? No need?
Just record his absence.
Just, we will record your absence. I wish to indicate that I'll be leaving Brisbane on the 28th of January, and I won't be returning till about the 15th or 16th of February. That is on council business, so there's no need for there to be anything other than recording my absence. Anybody wishing to describe any conflicts of interest? If not, I'll move to item 3, which is a confirmation of minutes. Item 3.1 is the ordinary meeting on the 13th of December, at which all councillors were present. Would someone like to move that be occurred? Councillor McDonald has moved. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carol Taylor. Those in favour? That is carried. We move then to item 3.2, which is a special meeting of council held on the 14th of December, at which Councillor O'Hara Sullivan was absent. Would someone like to move the receipt of those minutes, please? Councillor Shine, Councillor McDonald, those in favour? That is carried. Do we have any presentations of petitions today? Sorry? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Is there any business arising that anyone wishes to bring up in respect to the content of the minutes? If not, we'll move then to item 5, which is, in fact, the presentation of petitions. Any petitions today? No petitions? We'll move to item 6, business for which the Mayor wishes to have considered this meeting without notice. There is a matter, and I'll ask Bailey to come forward, please, in respect to the trip to Wanganui in New Zealand, and the fact that we have a motion that includes Councillor Melissa Taylor. You've indicated that you don't wish to go, and I'll hand over to Bailey to clarify that minute now.
Happy New Year to all councillors, and I wish you a safe and prosperous 2023. Just for good practice, I was looking through the resolution passed in August last year for the trip to Wanganui. The resolution specified the particular councils to attend. For good practice, as Councillor Melissa Taylor's indicated, she's unable to attend.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm declining the delegation as well. Simply the time, it's too short a period, and I've decided that I won't go. So I did email you, Bailey. You may have missed it, and I emailed Jane as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I think it's obligatory for me to go as Mayor, and I will just go for the normal time frame and come straight back.
Okay. So the resolution that was passed in August does approve particular councils go, and a resolution that was passed for the Mayor to attend the trip. It's just a question whether you would like to pass a resolution for replacements to attend the trip to Wanganui, just for best practice.
I guess the point that needs to be raised now is anyone else wishing to go on that, it's a 3-day trip, I think, isn't it? 4-day trip.
And Mr. Mayor, you lose 3 hours the first day because they're 3
Yep.
hours ahead of us. So
You picked that up again the last day too.
just not what you
Yeah.
Not much.
No, I understand that, Carol. That was supposed to be funny. Anybody else wishing to go on that trip?
Chair, sorry, have these dates changed recently?
Yes.
I'm unaware of the new dates, or were we emailed? Could I be informed?
So can you confirm the dates, please, Bailey?
In the original resolution that was passed, so there was no set date for the trip. So the trip was essentially passed. Currently, the dates are being assessed between the 1st of March to about the 5th of March. So the resolution didn't pass a set date. So it's just looking at the dates to travel, and it's roughly in March.
Mr. Mayor, can I just make a comment just to answer Councillor Tim's question? The original one was to be around about the end of, the beginning of December, the end of November.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further comments in respect to that? So, Bailey, we take your advice on the way forward.
So the advice would be is that if there's no need to pass another resolution, that there's no one else has an expression of interest to attend, then the original resolution would just stand, and obviously part of the resolution, Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Carol Taylor are unable to attend, and the Mayor is still able to attend the trip.
So we don't need to move a resolution of any sort?
Unless there's expression of interest if anyone else would like to attend.
Councillor Nancy Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that the process here has been done very well. If you're looking at reviewing and having vacancies for a trip, including change of dates and all that sort of thing, don't you think it would have been appropriate for all of the councillors to have been informed before today's meeting so that some of them who may have an interest in going could actually look at whether there is a possibility, instead of them having to decide on the minute right now whether they can actually travel for 4 or 5 days, given that, you know, the implications for their work commitments and their families, they would need to check their diaries and all that sort of thing. I'm just a bit sceptical of the process that's occurred, to be honest.
Bailey, do you wish to answer that, please?
Yes, I can. Obviously, things have been very fluent over the last couple of days to work out who may or may not be attending, and that's fine. But the resolution, if you do have an expression of interest to attend, it can be stated that, you know, simply that if any councillor has an expression of interest to attend, and then council resolves that if they do confirm that they would like to attend after having looked at their dates and diaries, then that resolution would state that, okay, any particular council that's expressed interest may attend.
Is there a process by which we may take a week or so for people to express their interest in it? I found out about this morning, that resolution was coming to council. Is there a process by which we can do that?
Yes, there is.
By way of the CEO?
Yes, you could if you're asking my advice. So simply the resolution would say that, look, there's been 2 councillors that are unable to attend to the trip to New Zealand. Or the resolution would say something along the lines that if any councillor has an expression of interest to attend, they simply need to advise the CEO, and then if it's, you know, limited to 2 expressions of interest, then those particular councils will be approved to attend the trip.
How does council feel? I think this is a matter that's in your hands, it's not in mine. If you have an idea that we ought to be able to, for a week, have the opportunity for people to declare their interest and then decide to go or not to go or whatever it might be, and give the CEO the right to finish that process. Councillor McMahon, you had your hand up?
Chair, thanks. Look, I'm very happy with what yourself and the legal advice have recommended. I don't see that we were told those dates 5 minutes ago, and that's no one's fault, but I don't think anyone feels confident making that sort of decision right now. So if we can have a week or so and the motion says advise the CEO or acting CEO accordingly, I think everyone would be happy with that. Thanks, Chair.
Mr Mayor, I support that, and that's what I have my hand up for, because, I'm simply not going because it's too short.
Yep. Okay, so we need a resolution of sorts, Mr Acting CEO, that will allow a week. Is a week appropriate? Look, this has got to come out of your hands by a majority vote, how you want to do this. It's not, I'm just suggesting that in the next week we have the opportunity of putting our names forward if you wish to go, and clarifying that with the CEO. Any discussion in respect to the matter before you on the screen? You comfortable that that covers it adequately? If so, would someone like to move accordingly, please? Councillor Taylor and Councillor Von. You have a question, Councillor Von Hoff?
It would have to actually be for up to 2 councillors to attend, because as it reads currently, it's stipulating that 2 will attend, and there might be no councillors who wish to attend other than yourself, Mayor.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't. Councillor Von Hoff wished to make a comment, so she didn't second the motion. You're happy to second it now?
Could I just add some additional wording just for good practice? It says up to 2 councillors. to attend. Can I just add a comment at the end of that? In addition to the previously approved resolution for the mayor and a council employee, so it just doesn't become ambiguous, it's just two councillors in the end. Sorry about that.
No, that clarifies things. Is there anybody wishing to make any further comment in respect to that? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Rebecca, you're happy with the, to continue with moving and seconding that, despite the slight changes? Yep. Anyone wishing to speak against that? I'll take a vote. Those in favour? The motion's carried. Thanks very much, Bailey. Move to item 7, which is the reception of deputations and delegations by appointment, and I understand that we don't have anything of that nature today. Councillors will then move to item 8, which is our monthly financial performance statement. But as we do that, I refer to our values of accountability, safety and well-being, of teamwork, of honesty and of respect. And I'll hand over now to General Manager Anne-Marie.
Good morning, Mayor, Councillors. So the purpose of this report is to present the monthly financial performance statement to the 31st of December. The December implications are provided on page 13 of our books. You will note that the unrestricted cash expense ratio is 4.57 months. So we're tracking very well compared with Queensland Treasury Corporation's target of 3 to 6 months, and with the Queensland Government's proposed new financial sustainability target, which is greater than 2 months. So cash continues to be positive. You will also note there that the Department of Resources has informed Council that we will not be included in the 2023 revaluation programme. So this follows 2 consecutive years of valuations for our region. And the good news story here is rate arrears at the 31st of December is 3.74%. This is the lowest rate arrears percentage since amalgamation, so an excellent result there for the team. If we move to the consolidated financial performance statement on page 19 of 1831. So overall, Council's operating position is tracking to budget, with operational income indicating an overall variance of less than 1% and operational expenditure with a variance of 1%. Capital income is tracking above budget as a result of infrastructure charges and contributed assets. At this stage, the relevant managers are indicating that these are timing differences only, and we don't anticipate budget reviews, and that we will achieve the original adopted budget for both of those. Capital expenditure is tracking above budget by 2.7 million, and we have provided a full listing of capital projects with what has been spent for each project, but also the practical completion for each of those projects. The February budget review has just commenced, and we'll be bringing that to Council in March with recommendations. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for the GM? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Anne-Marie. 2 questions, if I might. So yesterday I was asking about the increased revenue as a result of the rates, the interest rate rises, and then we had a conversation about that in the page 19 of board books. The interest received there, the variance of 238,000 and some was on the rates. That's from the rates that Council draws in. Where do we see and where do we have visibility of the interest that is generated from Council's QIC investments and our term deposits?
Yeah, Councillor, there's a report produced every month, and I'm happy to share that report with councillors. So we have an investment policy, and it clearly depicts how we invest our funds. It's an adopted policy. So I'm happy to share that one with you. Clearly spells out where council's money is at any given time.
Okay, thank you. And Anne-Marie, the other question was a little bit more granular. It was back on page, the first page, I think, or the second page of your report under the previous reported implications and commentary, the November 22 implications, and it was talking about the properties that were up for sale as a result of overdue rates, and that one was sold and three were passed in because they didn't meet the reserve price. And I thought that that was unusual in a market where we're being told that there is such a demand for houses. So my two questions are, we talk about the legislative process that then now will be followed. What does that look like? And also, what do we think of the fact that the reserves weren't met? Does that indicate that we are setting them, or council, or the valuation came in too high, or was it the start of a cooling off of the market? What does this mean for us and how we generate this money from the unpaid rates?
I will have to take those questions on notice, but I know we are governed by the legislation with regards to the sales process and with regards to the next steps with the process, which we are following at the moment. So happy to provide councillors with an email.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Shine
No, thanks.
and Councillor Summerfield.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Congratulations via you to the Rates Department for the great result in the rate arrears low figure, record figure going back to 2008. Something to be commended for obvious reasons. I was wondering whether the current high rate of employment, low rate of unemployment, generally in the community, might have had a factor in people being able to afford to pay their rates more often than otherwise being a factor as well.
During COVID, we put in a number of new initiatives with arrangements to pay for our ratepayers, to make it easier for ratepayers to reach out to council if they were experiencing difficulties, and also for our ratepayers to be able to contact council without actually having to talk to somebody to let us know they were having difficulties. So our teams then could reach out in a respectful way and help ratepayers. So we've got many different ways to help our ratepayers in this area, and I think that's evident in the results we're seeing today.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Anne-Marie, for your report. Just in relation to the people paying their rates on time, it really reflects their respect and appreciation for the discount that we actually provide, and I think that's important when we consider all of our deliberations, that they do really appreciate that 10% discount that they get. Just with the property sales, were they the ones that came to us back in November or December, were they? I did see them in the media, that a report on them.
Yeah, the auction was on the 18th of November, but we started the process with councillors in June last year, and I think that's the report, and there were quite a few, 53 properties back in June when we commenced the process, and again, I think it's it can be attributed to the great team we have there to work with those ratepayers, that there were only 4 that actually went through to the auction process on the day.
That often ends up being the case, that we get to the pointy end and we only end up with a few, which is great. Anne-Marie, could I go to page 28 on board books and have a look at that first line? And I just, could you just explain to me, the figures don't seem to gel with me, so I just wondered if you could explain. It comes back to that project completion stuff, I guess. But it's fleet and equipment fleet equipment and safety upgrade. It's got revised budget 150,000, year-to-date revised budget 5,000, actual 6,848, with a 50% project completion. Could you explain that to me, please?
I can try to explain that one to you. So we're saying that the original adopted budget, there was no budget for this particular item. So I would say by looking at that, because that's a 20 to 21, that would indicate that it's a carryover, and that it wasn't in our original carryovers, so that we envisaged, so that second column in, that carryover budget. So the fact that there's no carryover there would indicate that we thought we were going to spend the full amount before the 30th of June. When we got to budget review, the September budget review, the October budget review, we realised that we needed a carryover, so we brought in that 150,000. To date, we've only spent $6,000, but have delivered 50%. So the dollars are quite low with the budget, like 150,000 budget, 6,000 only spent, but we're probably waiting for invoices. So if they're saying that 50% is actually project has been complete, that would indicate that we're waiting for invoices.
So we're saying the 50% is relative to the 150,000 or to the
No,
5,000?
absolutely not. So what we do on a monthly basis, our asset custodians, so they're the owners of, if you like, so they're usually our managers, our engineers of our capital works program, go in and manually enter the practical completion figure. So these are our staff that are on the ground, that are aware of what's actually happening with these projects. So it's completely different to the actual figure that you can see there. The actual figure is goods receipted or invoices received. So they're actually goods or services receipted is the actuals figure, and then the practical completion is completely separate.
Okay, I still don't get it. And this is a question without notice, so I'm more than happy for that to be emailed to us all explaining that whole line, because to me, that line doesn't make sense at all.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Councillor Carol Taylor, you have a question?
No, Mr Mayor, not really.
sorry.
I was just thinking it is fleet and has been almost impossible to get.
Thank you.
To get top line's fleet. Oh, it is water,
Yep.
yeah, okay, but it's still fleet. So it's fleet equipment, and I guess that we all know how short supplies and things like that have been to get. So, but I'm happy. I'd like to see how it's played out as well. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for the GM in respect to it? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Anne-Marie. Just following on a little bit, I guess, from the rate arrears. Anne-Marie, could you let us know what percentage of rates were paid? Councillor Summerfield mentioned earlier about the incentive for people to pay early in regard to getting the discount. Can you just let us know what percentage of people did pay within that discount?
So it's 90%. So 90% of our ratepayers will avail of that 10% discount that we're offering.
Thank you for that. So if I could go now to page 43, and perhaps this is a question, you're the deliverer of the message here, Anne-Marie, I get that, but perhaps with the other GMs in the room, they might be able to answer these few questions that I've got. Page 43 at the top talks about the Oakey Showground toilet and pavilion. There's a carryover amount, and then we have an original budget amount, and then we revise budget significantly down, yet the spend is over what the revised budget was. Is this to do with timing, I guess, and the delivery of the project, or is it a project that has changed its scope significantly? Perhaps through to, looks like Hugh's ready to answer. Good on you. Thanks. Through you, Mayor, to Hugh.
Over to you, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, councillors. The answer, Councillor Jeff, is both. The project is a multi-year project, so there was a carryover amount, but the project in the design phase has changed somewhat in that there has been identified a need for some electrical upgrades. in order to service the facility, the toilet facility. So with the, I guess, the ability to resource that in the financial year and in the procurement of contractors as well as an Energex design, we've pushed that work back until the 2022-23 budget. The 23-24 budget year. So you will see in the 23-24 budgets presented to you the electrical component at the start of this, and then the toilet facility to follow after that. So the design process identified some significant electrical upgrades that were required before we could complete the building.
Through you, Mayor, thanks very much, Sharon. I assume the Show Society's been kept informed along the way with this one?
Yes, absolutely, yes. And we've been working with them to manage their needs through the process. But it's one that it's one that as we scoped the project out, we identified some significant upgrades required.
Probably no surprise in some of these facilities either, I'd imagine. Thanks, Hugh, through you. A couple more if I could. Yep. Mayor, so on page 54 on board books, and this one is probably more for GM Mike, in fact. In regard to the top of that page, it's got the 21-22 renewal plant and fleet, and then 22-23. And I guess the question, when you look at those numbers across there, there's an erratic nature in regard to purchasing this heavy machinery, I would assume. And I just wondered whether there was some confidence from the GM in regard to delivering on the commitments that are there, through you, Mayor, through to Mike, if he could mention that. Just obviously the 2 years, well, 21-22, you know, with a revised budget of 841 and commitments of 9.3, there is obviously some challenges sourcing this sort of equipment, and I just wondered about the confidence of delivering this current financial year.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McDonald, and good morning, councillors. First off, and I will come back just in respect to the 21-22 financial year, because there's significant, basically the equipment we've ordered has been delivered, but I'll just check that against how the numbers have been worked through, because what happens is that we pre-order the year before and now a lot of stuff. So for instance, for this financial year that we're currently in, we're 100% ordered, so 100% committed. And as you can see in the delivery for 22-23, we're at around about 4 million out of that 16. So that's cash actually paid out. So 100% committed. We've done all the ordering pre-Christmas. Now it's waiting for delivery. Now the delivery is where as you called it, you know, it's fairly erratic. We follow up with each company very regularly, and as we get closer to the end of the financial year, we're basically talking to them on a weekly basis in regards to their delivery. So the majority of the orders, say for this financial year, would be saying that they can deliver by June. And as we find, as we go forward, whatever reason, those companies come back to us and there's delays for whatever reason, so those sorts of things. There was one major company yesterday we were told went into receivership. So fortunately we didn't have anything with them at the time. We were about to send a truck down there to get fitted, but fortunately we hadn't. So now, for instance, that truck which would have been delivered this financial year, there's another company in Australia that would do the fit out for that. So now we'll have to try to get on their, their order books to try to get that done. So those are some of the sorts of challenges that we deal with in doing that. So the companies give us a pretty good guidance on when something will be delivered, but it's not not set in concrete.
That's through you, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. I guess, fleet's been one of those real challenges for us at the end of each financial year, just in regard to invoicing and what's committed and what's delivered. So maybe at PR2 you might get a little bit more clarity as well, Mike, in regard to those perhaps.
Most definitely, yeah.
That'd be good. And the next one, Mr Mayor, if I could, is on page 55, final one from me at the very least, is the last one. It refers to the CBD smart parking project with the revised budget, and it's through you to Mike. Perhaps we'll have the answers for this one. The revised budget now is 1 million. Okay, revised budget's 1 million. Year to date with $500,000, yet actuals were close to $1 million, which is close enough to $500,000 overspent, and there's further commitments for 325. So would you be expecting a budget review 2 request for that project, GM Mike?
Yeah, so the CBD Smart Parking Project's a multi-year project. It's been going for the last few years and will go into, I think there's at this stage about 800,000 budgeted for next financial year. At PR2, there'll be a budget adjustment made to balance the figures there. That said, I wouldn't worry too much about the year-to-date revised budget column in respect to this project. That's been done on a straight line in this case. It should have possibly been cash flowed differently. But as you say, the $1 million that we had already budgeted has all but been spent, and it's a multi-year project, so it's more a timing issue between last year, this year and next year. So in regards to the cash flow, so that's going forward quite well, that project overall.
Thank you. Thanks, mate.
Councillor McDonald, any further questions for the GM? Councillor Rebecca.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. Through you, it's page 21, and it's for Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, under the Group Key Priority Projects report, and there's a line item there, one of the top 5 projects for your department is the cybersecurity initiatives, and we've got a practical completion there of 10%. What was the expected, it's January, so what was the expected practical completion for this time?
So we are tracking. We are on track with that project. We have a report, confidential report, coming to the February round of committee meetings to provide councillors with an update of where we're going. We haven't received invoices, but and I have followed up with that. But we're working very closely with our provider with regards, and there'll be a full report coming to councillors.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave the rest of my questions in regard to that for the CEO's report. Thank you.
Are there any further questions for our GM? If not, Councillor McMahon.
Sorry, Chair, just regarding the capital works in general, are we able to ask questions on that? So that's the part. Yeah, thanks.
At this point.
So it's probably to Hugh. It's actually really good to see some of the community and environment stuff being ticked off. Looking to find some time to go have a look at the Brisbane Valley Rail Trail, Yarraman to Nuku, I think you say that right, and Crow's Nest mountain biking trail as well. Good to see that ticked off. I was actually at Peace Park in Darling Heights with the kids, and that's looking great, I've got to say. Well done on that, but according to this, it's one of the top 5 projects in our department, and it's only 77%. So is there more to come on the Peace Park master plan? Could you just explain where we're up to for that, please?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor, I've just checked in regard to that. There is some money still to spend this financial year. We've got some finalisation, some play equipment and some paths as part of that project. So that is on track to be delivered this financial year, and that represents the 77% spend at this point.
Thanks for that simple question, simple answer, but it's looking really good out there. So I look forward to seeing the icing on the cake. And as well, the new park at Westbrook, I'm hearing some really good reports on that. So well done to your team and the acting CEO's team on delivering them. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Are there any further questions for the GM? If not, would somebody like to move, please, that the monthly financial performance statement as at the 31st of December 22 be received? Mover, please. Councillor Shine and McDonald, those in favour? That's carried. We move now to item 9, the group reports, and first up comes Planning and Development. Nicola. I got it right that time.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And so item 9.1, I'd like to take that the group report for planning and development is read and received. And I note that we provide a lot more detail later at item 12.13, where we speak about our regional development statistics report. Do I have any questions?
Any questions for the GM? Nicola, can I ask you a question? In recent days, I've had a couple of calls from real estate people, and I will be asking Mike the same question, and possibly we need a good briefing on the potential for this road to come from the New England Highway round via Westbrook virtually and across the highway, Warrego, back over towards Highfields. There's a plan for a new road there, I understand, and the real estate people are telling me that it's going to have a very, very significant impact on development in this area, and some of the blocks that are already planned will not be able to be used for the purpose. Probably it's opening the door for a discussion somewhere down the track when we can actually get the appropriate people into the chamber. Any comments from you first? So yeah, that's the north-south. Yeah, that would be the north-south. Mike, if you wish, we can. Yeah, we'll come on down anyhow, and we might as well discuss it now. Sorry, Councillor Summerfield, you got something to say?
Yes, I have, Mr. Mayor. Isn't that still in confidential mode, or has consultation begun with the community?
What's out there? It's confidential, righto. Well, it's funny how half the community knows about it.
Yeah, so it's the Mayor's talking about the Toowoomba North-South Transport Corridor. That it's a TMR project in TMR early planning, which they are looking at the corridor. They had given a confidential briefing to council, as councillors are aware. There's limited information in the public realm, basically just talks to that, and TMR, as part of their consultation plan, and I have to check with them exactly where their timing is, will be talking to various potentially impacted landowners and businesses in coming, if not already, but the overcoming months. So they're in that process as it stands. So I'd be suggesting any queries in regards to this particular matter would be passed directly through to Transport and Main Roads at the local level. If people have got any questions or queries, then you can talk to them directly.
Okay, well, I'd suggest to you that there's significant discussion in the community in respect to it. It may be an appropriate time for some discussion publicly.
Yeah, more broadly speaking, I think it was later, but there were some specific discussions to happen a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. We'll shut that one down. Any questions for Nicola in respect to the report? If not, would someone like, Nicola, you wish to make a comment?
Oh, no, thank you very much, and Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah. Someone like to move the receipt of the Planning and Development Report, please. Councillor Carl has moved. Councillor McDonald has seconded. Those in favour? It's carried. Move then to Infrastructure Services. Oh, Water and Waste, sorry, Damien.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. We take the report as read and just go to questions, Chair.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Summerfield, was that a question?
Thank you. Thanks, Damien. That was a good report. So just in relation to the dam wall upgrades, I'm just wondering, have you got a feeling of how progression to timeline is going on that one? On those ones, I should say. Thank you.
Councillors, it's actually today that we open the tender box for some of our, see who the consortium and consultants are in there.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
There's a tender out there and it closes today for the appointment of our consultants to work on that. So progress on the dam safety upgrades is very good at the moment. We haven't disturbed anything, so there's no yellow diggers walking around the place at the moment, and all the planning is going to be done, and design, and collaboration with the dam safety regulator. So there are 2 reports each year to the Audit and Risk Committee, and there'll be one, I think it's in March, looking for the nod, I think it's March, and November.
Okay, thank you. So the only other question I had was around the Valeview pipeline, the progressing on that, and whether there's been a resolution in relation to the corridor so that it can progress.
We were in negotiations with a particular landholder. We were significantly at divergence on an appropriate compensation for putting an easement through their property, and we were looking for another alignment as an alternative in the project.
So we've been at that position for some time. So has the new corridor been identified? Because I think the indication was from staff was that it would be quicker to identify a new corridor than to continue down the path with the...
For the project, correct. A new corridor where we don't have to go through perhaps a convoluted easement acquisition, which can be contested, and then they can end up in a great deal of time lost. We have lost a fair bit of time with this Valeview connection, some years now, in trying to get to a resolution.
Yeah, so has the new corridor been identified, or is it still being worked on? And are we continuing to cut water, or is that eased now with the rain that we've been having?
Cutting water is eased, but we still do it as required. Alternative corridors have been identified, yes.
Okay, so there's opportunity to progress it now?
Assuming we can get the right to that corridor, yes. I don't have the rights to those corridors yet, but the investigations have identified alternative corridors.
Okay, thank you. If we could just be kept up to date on that, please. I mean, any way to avoid cutting water is a plus, particularly when we're going to have to invest in it anyway, so that'd be great. Thank you.
Any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, Damien, through the Mayor, surely in instances like this is regarded as essential infrastructure, and surely, and I'm aware of the whole situation and the parties involved, but surely that is essential infrastructure and we can go down the compulsory acquisition route, which we do when it's in the public good.
That's correct. Under the Act, we can do the compulsory acquisition for critical essential infrastructure, but even those compulsory acquisitions do take time and they can be contested. That is the natural order and progress of those under the Act.
Just have another, in our area, I know that when we start something like that and we're aware that there are issues, we start both processes together so that, you know, you've got this or that. And I think that this has gone on a long time, and it really is. I mean, if we're carting water after the good rains that we've had, then this becomes a very important, essential piece of infrastructure for that community out there. And, you know, I'm disappointed perhaps that we haven't gone down that track as having one side by side, because I don't think there was ever any, I don't know, I need to be a bit mindful here, but I don't think that there was ever going to be consensus on that route. Thanks.
Okay, any further questions? Do you wish to make a comment, Damien, in respect to Councillor Carroll's answer?
No, Mr Mayor, I'll just take it as a comment. I agree with the sentiment.
Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Mayor Damien. Through the Mayor to you, just I guess from the smart meters perspective, it's mentioned in here a couple of times, there's 11,000 metres have been ordered with installation between March and June. From a stakeholder engagement communications perspective, is there a strategy going out once the location of those 11,000 are known?
Yes, there is. Essentially, there are meter readers have meter runs. My understanding is that I think there's 78 meter runs, something like that. So that is a logical progression where they park their vehicle, go and read a street. So we're actually rolling this out by taking out a complete meter run. So that is the way it will progress. So it won't just be all of East Toowoomba or a particular suburb. It will follow what may look to us like an odd alignment, but it's following the meter runs as the rollout for the smart meters. So we progressively reduce the amount of physical meter reads which are being done.
That's terrific, and the communication would be useful for all of the community, but particularly, I guess, for those ones. Second question, if I could, through you, Mayor, to Damien, is in regard to the active assets. It's the fourth dot point on page 66. It talks about Mount Kynoch suffered multiple equipment failures due to a significant lightning storm, and the team were able to respond and return the site to service within 7 hours, which is an extraordinary effort, and obviously there wasn't any glitch, but there's a lot of paddling under the water to make sure this works. Are those multiple failures something that has highlighted some extra asset renewal for the existing Mount Kynoch?
Essentially, no, it hasn't. What happened was a lightning strike in the proximity of Mount Kynoch. It didn't actually hit the radio tower or the structure itself. It blew some SCADA equipment, blew some wiring. We lost some communications. We actually didn't have visibility of our network for some hours, so we were manually running the network. And finance and procurement helped us out with some emergency acquisitions that we had to do to rectify that in 7 hours. But yes, the CEO was immediately notified, and appropriate escalations were done.
Thanks, Mayor.
Any further questions for the GM? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor Summerfield and Councillor Von Hoff, those in favour? That is carried. Thanks very much, Damien. We'll move now to Mike Brody in Infrastructure Services.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Again, good morning, councillors, and a happy new year to all. I present the Infrastructure Services Group report for December 2022, and happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Melissa?
Morning, Mike, again. Just on page 69, just wondering if you could give us an update on the works being carried out on the Toowoomba bypass, please. I do note that there was some communication through the media recently, but just wanted some clarification and confirmation, if possible, please.
Yeah, so I can probably only give you about the same amount of information that's in the public realm, which is, as you say, they're in the process of rectifying it so they can get at least one lane heading east. That work's progressing well, as I understand it, for about a mid-February opening to one lane to the east. So that'll be confirmed through both Nexus and Team R. I think they've indicated a time, but as the date gets closer, they'll obviously keep the public well informed. Talking to just generally, many thousands of tonnes of material have been removed from site already from the cutting to try to make it safer, and obviously they're also looking at their long-term repair requirements. So what they're putting in at the moment is not dissimilar to work the Team R did on Cunningham's Gap, going back a number of years ago. So it's a very similar approach.
Thanks. The heavy vehicles through Toowoomba are having significant impact, and driving down the range, I feel like you take your life into your own hands lately with heavy vehicles. It's there are some cowboys out there, and it's difficult to navigate at times going down, so it'll be good to have that. It's interesting to see the impact that the Toowoomba bypass has had on the Toowoomba city, and you forget how many trucks we're going through. One more question, if I may, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you. On page 72, Mike, we're talking about the Russell Street refresh. The crew have done some great work on there and it looks beautiful. Just wondering how we're going with the smart parking meters. With that, have they been installed, please?
I might take that on notice if I can and just confirm. I think they have, but I'll just take that one on notice and come back to council on that one.
Great, thank you.
Are there any further questions for the GM? Councillor Carroll and Councillor Rebecca,
Thank you, Mr
then
Mayor.
Councillor
And
Nancy.
following on from Councillor Melissa, there's over 2,000 trucks coming through our city now, and it is really. But the Chronicle has publicised this morning that TMR have suggested that it'll be about, I think it's February the 23rd, when the Eastern Lane will be open. It's in the paper today, apparently, or certainly on digital. So hopefully that doesn't go out and it stays that way, because it will make a huge difference.
I'm awaiting a call back from the Minister's office, and his staff were going to inform me of what was going on. Councillor Rebecca, you're next, then Councillor Nancy.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Through you. Mike, thanks for the report. On the Russell Street refresh, in the previous item, it had a practical completion of 90%. When you're driving there, you can see the landscaping. It looks like it's just very close to being finished. How is council measuring success on that project?
There's, as part of the project management plan, there's a benefits realisation element to that. So I'd have to pull that out and flag that through to you. So it's a mixture of different elements to that. We've also had, obviously, state funding as a portion of that, and so we, again, when we put in for that funding under the guidelines there, we had to describe those benefits that would be achieved through that. So I'd be happy to pull that information out and share it with councillors.
That would be great if we could see those metrics, what we're going to be measuring it against. That would be terrific. Thanks, Mike.
So we'll probably look at an opening of some sort in due course in coming months. Yep.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your report, Mike. Just with the Margaret and Mackenzie Street traffic lights, you may recall I've sent an inquiry through about that. That's black spot funding. I really worry about having an extra set of traffic lights on Margaret Street, and really I think the main reason for it is a tree, isn't it? Because people feel they can't see. I just wonder, is there potential, and that was the question that I've asked, I've not received a response from yet, is there potential for us to make a decision not to, and I'm not saying our council chambers would say not to, but if they were to, can that black spot funding be transferred to another project that would be quite helpful in the region?
The simple answer is no. Can't be transferred. If council for some reason changes its mind when it comes to black spot funding, the funding's federal funding. You've got to give it back. If we make a saving, we've got to give it back. If we go over, we've got to pay for the extra. There's actually 5 hospitalisations at that intersection, those intersections in the last 5 years that went into the black spot submission, and that's why it's reasonably high up the list. I think 2 involved cyclists getting hit by right turners. So there's a number of reasons why that's being done up. The current concept should see no trees removed other than a number of tree limbs where they hang a bit low over the road. So that's that. So a fair bit of work's gone into it. The local consultation around that intersection was mainly flagged around issues flagged around adjacent streets and potential rat running and issues through construction period. And so we've been taking those points on board in regards to how we can mitigate those issues for the residents of that area. So I think we've listened very closely to the community up there and taking on board some of those issues. But yeah, it's as you well know, it's both those roads, Mackenzie and Margaret Street, are very busy roads, and yeah, from a safety perspective, what's there now is not working as well as in what we're having in regards to incidences and accidents.
Thank you. So my next question, I've only got 2 more, if I could. On Board Books, page 71, you've got your 2 different footpaths there, and I just wondered what makes the decision of concrete versus asphalt? Is it to do with routes or something like that? That one's more flexible than the other, or what's the reason why you do one or the other?
That's a good question in this case. The one at on Greenwattle Street goes from the Auscare to Coles, and there's a block of land in there yet to be developed, and we don't know what the levels of that block of land are going to ultimately be from a development point of view. It's owned privately. There's nothing that's sort of flagged to my understanding as yet. So what we've called that asphalt one is, inverted commas, a temporary footpath. So in time, when a developer develops that block of land, and as you know, there's a fair slope on the sites there, that they will have to upgrade that footpath to a concrete footpath to the levels that suit their development. So there's what this is giving, and there's some road widening and other elements that may be part of a future development there. So because of the history to this one, the one there, because of Auscare and the many requests that council's had over the last few years in regards to linking what's in front of Auscare to Coles, as soon as Coles came in, it's caused a lot of pedestrian activity through this section of Greenwattle Street, and particularly in that age. And we've got another request some councils be aware of out of Gem Life up near Sunset Bowls. So there's another section on Greenwattle Street that they're very keen. In respect to the concrete one there, obviously, this is work that we're doing, working with our parks and communities teams and different footpaths. So this is a permanent footpath going in, obviously in one of the walkways through a park.
Thank you. So that's just given me more questions. So the when the development was done that Coles has gone into, wouldn't there have been a requirement then for that development to have a footpath?
Yeah, for their frontage.
Yeah.
But then there was a
so
missing.
they've got one on their frontage,
Yeah,
which is
then-
concrete.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then there's a missing link between them and Ozcare, and Ozcare's got one for their frontage. And so it's this, and it was just a gravel, and as,
Yeah, right.
as you know, Greenwater Street's extremely busy.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you. So then my only other question was on Board Books, page 72, it's got down the bottom there talking about fleet and logistics, 4,579 tasks with 99% of all work being planned or scheduled. Do we know what's actually been completed?
Those planned and scheduled works. So those are the works that they do through months like services and different things like that, and all those sorts of pieces of work. So that gets reported on the bottom and the top of page 73 shows a graph of the workflow total by task type that they're doing. So scheduled,
No,
planned.
that's assets.
No, that's mechanical workshop, fleet assets, workflow total by task
Oh,
type.
I see. Oh, I misread it for the dot point underneath. I thought it was reflective of that.
No.
Okay, no, that's good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All good.
Are there any further questions for the GM? Councillor Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably not a question, Mike, but it's really just for community information. Yesterday, yourself, Mr. Rodney Betts, Councillor Carroll, myself met with TransLink to talk about the regional refresh that's happening with TransLink. And just for community information, as of yesterday, TransLink have simplified their fares and their zones across the state, which has had some effect on the fares and zones within our region here. They had some great communication from bus goers and bus drivers yesterday, that's saying that the fares and the regions and that the changes have been very good. So I just wanted to flag that for the community so that if they wanted more information, just go to the TransLink website. And also, just for community information, TransLink was saying yesterday that they are desperately looking for more bus drivers, which could impact the scheduling of public transport within our region. So they're desperately looking for bus drivers. So if there's any retired truck drivers out there that want a bus driving job, it's out there going, but possibly about 12 to 14 positions available. So we're hoping that that doesn't affect scheduling, but it may do, and just goes to show that the job situation is affecting all different industries. So thanks.
Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following on from Councillor Melissa, I feel that our community and us are very concerned about the increased road toll and road safety all over, particularly in motorcyclists. And just for councils and community information, LGAQ has a Transport Roads and Transport Advisory Committee on which I represent our council because we're a single road group. So our team put together a group, and as have other road groups, and that'll be sifted through, and LGAQ will be making a submission at the round table, at the state government's round table, on behalf of local government in Queensland. So just to keep the community and council on track so that they know what's happening there. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Are there any further questions for the GM? Not, would someone wish to move the receipt of that report? Councillors Melissa Taylor and Carol Taylor, those in favour? That is carried. Thank you very much, Mike. Now I'll hand over, we'll go to item 9.4, and I'll hand over to Nick to present the Environment Community Services report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, councillors, and I'll take the opportunity to wish you all a formal Happy New Year and a prosperous 2023. not that 2022 was bad, but let's hope for a better one than the last year. It's always a good way to start the year. Councillors, I'm happy to take this report as read. You've had an opportunity to consume the content, and I'll take any questions that you might have in relation to that report.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Nick, and thank you for the well wishes, and ditto back at you. So, Nick, with the Queen's Park upgrades, are we really getting to the pointy end of that and finishing it, and let's not spend any more money in Queen's Park for a while? Is that, are we
We're getting right at the very end of the implementation of that Queen's Park Master Plan. The only outstanding item at the moment now is that ramp on Margaret Street. I'm not sure of the latest progress on that, but that is the master plan, fully done, implemented, finished.
Good.
That's
good.
it.
Excellent. I'm pleased to hear that. So then the only other question I had was about the Neil Street bus station toilet refurb. Can you tell me how long that took and what actually caused the delay in the works? And that could be a question on notice because it seemed to be shut for a very long time. And obviously it's a service that gets used by many people. So
I'm not across the detail of the project delivery on that, but I'm looking to acting GM Hugh Dunn, who's normal jobs manager of property services and responsible for delivery of that. So with your approval, Mr. Mayor, we might take advantage of Hugh's attendance and he might be able to answer the question now.
Over to you, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nancy, I can answer that question as best I can. I wasn't here for the entire duration and the development of the project, but certainly in the implementation, there are a number of issues that were identified. Firstly, it's I would call it a contributed asset. It's an asset that we took on at a certain point in time from the state. I don't have the exact details on that, but council took on ownership of that structure, which meant that a lot of the detail that was required in the design through that building we didn't have available. We had limited information, so as a result certain things had to be managed through the design and construction in relation to services and the state of the asset. In addition to it being a toilet project, there was also some structural improvements that were required to be made to the building. There was a fairly significant water leak, and there was some structural stabilisation of some concrete within the structure itself, so that had to be managed. And thirdly, its proximity, which is a benefit to the project, but its proximity to the Bell Street Mall and I guess its interaction with the services within the Bell Street Mall was also an issue that we had to address through the project. So that has resulted in a slightly longer project than we anticipated and a slightly more costly project than we anticipated. So there was a project overrun in that, but it's ended up, I feel, a good result. There was always temporary toilet facilities available on the site, so it wasn't necessarily that that patrons of both the facility and the area surrounding were without a toilet, though it was understandably a reduced level of service for that period. But it has been completed now, and we hope it'll be a good result.
Any further questions? Councillor Moisel and Councillor Tim.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, Hugh, Nick. I'm not too sure who to direct this to, but with the upgrade of the public amenities at Neil Street bus interchange there, I've actually had some comment from retailers in Margaret Street and Ruthven Street, the area surrounding that, saying that with the increase of buses coming into that area, there's a lot of people that come out of, or visitors to our CBD or city centre that come out of the bus interchange and just have got no idea of where to go, you know, where the city centre is, where Grand Central is, where our museum, art gallery is. Is it possible to get, and I'm not talking a boring old map that has just a few little arrows, but like an artistic impression that is a really beautiful introduction to, you know, the City of Flowers, guiding people where Queen's Park is and, you know, all the beautiful amenities that we have in our city centre, because there's some amazing examples when you go to other regional centres of maps of where to go. Is that something we can look at, please?
Yep, certainly something that we can look at, Councillor Melissa. I think that's a good idea. We'd need to take that back to the team and work through. I agree with you. We could do something quick and easy, but it wouldn't be as aesthetically pleasing as you might hope. So if we take a bit of time to plan it and get some art involved and consider where that fits in our projects and priorities,
Yeah.
and work through that process, it's a great idea.
That'd be great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Tim?
Thanks, Chair. Also went and had a look at the Neil Street bus toilets, and it's come out quite well. Well done with that. They were a fairly heavily vandalised asset, so it'd be good to see a reduction in that. My question is around Millmerran Pool progressing as it should, and perhaps May in your report will be the opening. We are, as was expected, going through our summer period with a not working pool in Millmerran, and I know that was planned and the community's involved with that. I'm just wondering how that has worked operationally. Have the community been offered the bus to Pittsworth, or how's the community reacting to the planned summer without a pool, and what steps have been taken?
I'll have to, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that question partly on notice in relation to the community support services that were available. We do have, through our CDFT team, a process set up to assist patrons to travel to alternative pools, whether that be Pittsworth or Cecil Plains. I'm not completely aware of the uptake and how that's progressed, but it certainly is still available this financial year. There was a hope that we would have the pool operating in this current season. There were some project delays, and particularly around the supply of electrical infrastructure. So the delay to May is essentially awaiting a Energex upgrade of power to the site. But realistically speaking, as we know, a delay to May means the public won't get access until September at the start of the pool season. So we do have that period to ensure the commissioning. But unfortunately, we were hoping for an earlier completion, but it will be completed this financial year, and it will be open for the next pool season.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks, Hugh. It must be a tough gig for the local residents to drive past and see a pool full of water. It's not open yet, but no, just more interested in if they've been working around the obvious delays that were pre-planned. So take that a notice.
We can provide councillors with an update on the community support services that we put in place and the uptake of those.
Are there any further questions? Hugh, it might be in your area, but when the January hailstorm hit last year, there was a fair bit of damage done to a room that we're renting to a return service support group. And I got the question the other day as to what's happening in respect to that.
Yes, that is in my area. That's the Dr. Price TPI rooms, and it's essentially, along with some other infrastructure assets we have that are council controlled, and I'm referring to Trague, Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery, Milne Bay, and some aspects of the library in Harry Street that we're waiting on an insurance payout or a claim to be approved. Without going into any operational details, that's been a significant period of time since January last year. So that's certainly something we'll have to manage into the future, the turnaround of those claims.
Thank you. Any further questions for either Nick or Hugh? If not, would somebody like to move the receipt of the Environment and Community Services report, please? Councillor Tim and Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? That's carried. Move to Finance and Business Strategy. Anne-Marie, you're back again.
Morning again, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Any questions for the GM? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. Through to Anne-Marie. On page 79 of the report, we talk about the, is it 79? No, it's not 79. What is it? We talk about the vacancies. Here it is, here. 79 it is of the report, sorry. Of board books. So we talk about the vacancies of the organisation at the moment of 226. I just wonder from an executive leadership perspective if conversations have been had in regard to impacts on service delivery, noting that over the Christmas period the swimming pools were affected in regard to the availability of lifesavers effectively, to have them on duty. So I just wondered, with that amount of vacancies in the organisation of around about 1,600 staff at capacity, is a conversation being had at the ELT level, and maybe a question to you or to the acting CEO in regard to this, and at which point, if there need to be a point, should the ELT come to council with an update or summary of perhaps some of our service delivery that is impacted or may have to be temporarily reduced as a result of the staffing impacts?
And so I can assure councillors that this is, our current vacancy rate is a significant topic for ELT, and we spend a considerable amount of time every week discussing the vacancies, where they are, what we can do in this area, how we can support the business. And as you've mentioned, one way is to look at what we're doing, and we need to continue to do everything we're doing. So that's most certainly part of that service review conversation. At this point in time, with the exception of the aquatics, we are on track delivering the services we currently have. We've got quite a few temp positions, we've got contractors, and we have engaged local recruitment companies to assist with filling the vacancies. So we believe we are adequately managing the situation at this time.
Thanks very much. Thanks, mate.
Any further questions for the GM? No further questions. Would someone like to move the Finance and Business Strategy Report for December 2022 be received, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. We move to item 10, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report. Acting CEO, Nick, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Acting CEO, I'm on again. Councillors, the report's provided there for you with the Organisational Culture Improvement Action Tracker there for your information, and also the additional attachment around workplace relations matters. So if there are any questions, happy to do my best to answer them for you in my acting capacity, and I note that I've got a room full of GMs to assist me as well if needed. Thanks.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. Thank you, Nick. Page 86 of board books in the Organisational Culture Improvement Initiative, the tracker. One of the items that was accepted by council that we would do is the anonymous 360-degree upward feedback process for every supervisor responsible for staff management at council. And I'm reading through the actions that have been taken and to be taken. The last sort of mention of it is back in, prior to the halfway through last year, and we've had subsequent sort of annotations put in there, but do you know what's happening with that? Because it strikes me as a really important part of improving the level of leadership and supervision and management in the organisation. But to my reading, it sort of seems to have fallen off the agenda.
First of all, I agree that can be a really useful tool for us in terms of getting feedback and helping supervisors in their roles. In regard to an update, I'm not aware of an update since that time, so I think it's probably a fair comment to make that it's probably been assigned lesser priority than other actions at this point in time since that update in June. I can get an update for councillors. We can include it in next month's tracker and just let you know what the intended process is and timeframes for implementation of that. But I think it probably is fair to say that it has had less priority than other things since that time.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be good to understand because so from June last year, just sometime prior to June last year, it said there's going to be some work done and this will then determine whether the 360-degree process is viable. But that's sort of the trail goes dead then. Yeah. So that would be great. Thank you.
I think they can be a really good initiative, but they can also be quite destructive if they're not done well. So I think making sure we do it well and engage well is important.
And then when they're done well, there's confidence in them and there's value in them, and they're very important for organisations. Thank you.
Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, and thank you, Nick, as Acting CEO. In relation to the organisational culture plan, action plan, from when we endorsed it back in November 21, I think it was, November, not December 21, 15 months ago, it was one thing and it's morphed into what it is now. And when councillors endorse something, if it's changed, shouldn't that have to be endorsed again? And so it's no longer really what it was when it first was endorsed. So I'd like to see, and it's on notice, it's not expecting you to respond, Nick, what has happened along the way and what processes should or could have occurred to ensure that it's still what it was, what we endorsed back in November 21, and making sure that we're still on track and not changing it to something else by gradual changes. I think it's important that we actually stick to it being what it was, or that councillors then endorse any changes moving forward. But on Board Books, page 88, the performance management process, which is in the 3 to 6 month action section of the plan, and it has an estimated delivery of December 23, which is 26 months from the first established timeline, which was the 3 to 6 months, and now we're looking at 26 months. And I have to say, when something which is obviously extremely important that it's been narrowed down to 3 to 6 months implementation from the November 21, and we're looking at 26 months, I have to say I'm not comfortable with that when we consider that this action plan is about protecting our staff and ensuring that they're working in a safe environment. That's key to this whole thing that we're going through. And I'm just not comfortable that we think it's okay to make it 26 months instead of that 3 to 6 months. And I'd actually like to see consideration given by ELT that they actually relook at that and work out priorities to make sure that we're delivering these things to ensure the safety of our staff. It's just so important, and I'm going to keep bringing it up because I think it's too important not to. So I'm expressing here today, I am not comfortable with what we're doing here, that we're not delivering within reasonable timelines, in my view. Thank you.
Happy to take that feedback, Councillor Summerfield, and we can discuss that at ELT and
Thanks,
communicate back with you around priorities.
Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to add my agreement with Councillor Summerfield's comments just then, because this was an area of really high priority for councillors, and I don't feel like the accountability piece is being met. So I endorse the comments of Councillor Summerfield, and I think that we basically, whatever the reasons are for the delays and the extended timelines, we've been told that there's some staffing issues in PCE. We really need to, I think, have a deeper dive on what's going on, because I also share that discomfort. And this is something that is really important to improving the culture of council, and I don't think that the accountability bit is there.
Could I just do a follow-up to that, please?
Councillor Summerfield.
Councillor Von Hoff just mentioned that staffing shortages could be an issue. I've always felt that a lot of this work should have been done externally rather than putting pressure on our staff. So I would be more than happy, from my perspective, to be suggesting that we increase our budget and get external sources to help us deliver these things. They're too important for the health and well-being of our staff, in my view, that we should be making sure we are resourced. You know, we externally resource on so many other things. This should be the number one priority. It's our staff, it's our organisation, and it's the welfare of them. And I think that I'd be more than happy to support increase in budget, get external resources in to assist us in delivering these outcomes. They're too important. Thank you.
If I could, sorry, I'd just say that thanks for that support, Councillor Summerfield and councillors, and certainly take that that on board. We have used some external resources where possible and appropriate. They too are difficult to procure, as we've discussed. But certainly, I think if we take a flexible viewpoint to all of this and think about how we can resource it, then perhaps we can improve the delivery of some of the outcomes.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think these matters like this should be taken offline, and we should have a talk about it, and where all councillors are informed and are able to understand what is happening. As Nick said, I'm aware that we have had some consultants. It's not an easy thing, and yes, the staff is very important, but it needs to be that we can't do it half shot either. And I think also, before something comes from the floor here like this, I think you know, the colleagues, we all need to be able to be heard on this. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald, you have a comment, and then Councillor.
Thanks, Mayor. We talk about page 92 on board books, through you to Nick, if I could, and this is a question I notice, and maybe some information that can be filtered through to councillors. It's an other actions underway, and it probably hits to the core of what Councillor Summerfield was saying before. The other action is a family-friendly workplace initiative, which I don't think anyone would argue is a great idea. But in December, there was a survey done or some work done with the family-friendly workplace initiative group, and the survey benchmarked council's current policies and procedures, identified some areas which council is doing well and areas which council can focus on to improve. And it just occurred, so it'd be interesting to know what that survey was. I think if that could be circulated around, might be useful, but it's also useful from a context of a complete staffing strategy, which I think is something that is missing across the organisation. And perhaps the staff survey that we'll get information through in the next month or so might actually highlight some of these things that have been spoken about today, which may well give us an impetus or a mandate collectively to do something more than what we're currently doing. So I agree with all sentiments, including Councillor Carroll, in regard to let's get some information through to it, but I'd be really keen to see what that survey came back as, and whether that's part of the staff survey information session or something different. I'll leave that up to you, Acting CEO. But thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Hi, Nick. Just on page 102 of the Employment Relations Report, just noting yesterday I did ask the question, and Emily, so she's probably getting that information as to why the numbers don't add up. But just wondering what has been done to look into that particular part of the report, because you look at September, October, November, and it was very static. Come December, and those numbers have doubled, and more, in 1 month. So just wondering, you know, have we looked at why that why that has occurred? Is it one particular area? That's some comment.
Really simple and short answer to the question. We just simply haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. So this is reporting as at the end of December. We're only the second week into January and all returning from leave. So no, we haven't had an opportunity to look and explore that. It's just that one area there around discipline. So typically, this report, I think, is still maturing. We've only been providing this report for about 4 months. Some of the material appears to be repetitive or reproduced, but I think what it's trying to tell us is the stages through which we might go through in these instances. So it might be a grievance is lodged to begin with, and then it progresses to an investigation stage, and then progresses to the discipline stage. So you should see those numbers working their way through the process. So that should probably, that's the discipline area that you're looking at. So that we should see the investigation reports from the previous months progressing through to discipline, I would imagine, but we'll need to explore that a little bit more.
Thanks.
Councillor Bill.
Oh, yes, I am. Didn't think I was working for a while. Thanks, Chair. Through you to Nick, perhaps given the amount of discussion that we do, actually take some time to have either a workshop or an information session, whatever you think. Once the executive have had time to get their heads around some of the specifics that were raised here this morning, and come back to us with some options about how we might move forward with these matters. And I think rather than pick out specifics, it's about the risk we, as an organisation, both administratively and publicly, may or may not find ourselves in. So it would probably be a good timely, once in January we hit the deck, we have an opportunity for you guys to actually, the executive team to actually look at it and then come back to us and schedule something in. Be good. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any further questions, councillors? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Tim McMahon. Those in favour? Someone like to move that we adjourn for morning tea? That's Councillor Carroll, Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? It's carried. 10 minutes. So, councillors, we'll reopen the meeting, and the first item is item 11, which is my monthly report. You will note there that I had a breakfast with Ed Matthews and Magella Doyle from the Australian Rail Track Corporation, which is just a matter of keeping in touch. I think one of the more important meetings of the month was on the 15th of December in Warwick, where my mayoral colleagues and I were able to, I think, change matters a fair bit in respect to the water future of this area, where we did certainly put on the table the fact that we felt that this wasn't taking a broad enough look at the water futures, and it certainly wasn't including the availability of future dams. So I think that matter's been taken up. I did have the opportunity of talking to Minister Glenn Butcher, the Water Minister, at the King of the Mountain event, or before the King of the Mountain event, and he had a horse running in that, so we had a bit of breakfast together with his wife, and we certainly had the opportunity to have that conversation, and the Minister is very keen to broaden the scope of the study, which is good news. 20th of December, I attended a Toowoomba Interfaith prayer service in remembrance of the 2 police officers and the community member who lost their lives at Wyambilla. Mark Ryan came to town and on the 5th of January, and those of us who were away came back for that conversation. I think we made it very, very clear to Mark Ryan what the issues are in respect to crime in Toowoomba. I'm certainly not going to go out publicly and say anything that would condemn the local police. I think they're doing the very best they can, but there's no doubt in my mind that there needs to be a very serious legislative change so that we can have a better and a safer place to live. Certainly you realise that Dr Paul Curry has left my office and Michael Duff has commenced working there. On the 11th of January, in the presence of Deputy Mayor Councillor McDonald, we had a meeting with Craig Rutledge, the Executive Director South, and Jodie Weller, Acting Regional Director of Darling Downs and South West Regional Economic Development South, about a Regional Economic Future Fund. That particular money is an initiative of the state government, and they're going to be putting incentive money into building industry in areas where coal-fired power stations and coal mines are withdrawing. They'll be putting money into other enterprises in the hope that we can keep them going. As I mentioned previously, one of my colleagues from Mulmerran, who was an outstanding community advocate, Jim Twiddle, passed away. The Bridge Street Quarry update options in the last couple of days, yesterday. In fact, the state government is being made aware of where we are with that particular project, and I think the idea of the meeting was to see where they can help us in respect to the Bridge Street Quarry. I did attend the funeral of Russell Klein, an ex-employee of this council, who was tragically killed in an incident in Mulmerran when he was protecting his home. Not only was he an ex-employee, but he was a personal friend of members of my family. And I think that my advice to the community is to be thankful they had him, but also to make absolutely sure if they're aware of the circumstances that many people were aware of in that community prior to the event, that the police ought to be informed. Any questions? Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your briefing. I just wondered whether dates have been set for the trips. Councillors have approved overseas trips for the Mayor of the Day to travel, one to America, I recall. Have the dates been set for
yes, I'm leaving. I'm leaving on Saturday the 28th, I think, of January. We are flying to Los Angeles, then to Weatherford, then to Fort Worth in Texas, where we're going to spend 2 days at the behest of Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise at Weatherford, Texas. You will recall we did have some people from Weatherford, Texas here, and that there are 4 Toowoomba businesses who are in that area. So we're going to spend a couple of days there, then back to Los Angeles, spend some time in Los Angeles looking at Olympic legacies, going to Vancouver looking at what they're doing there in terms of legacy and in terms, I believe, of waste, although I haven't got the detail yet I believe they're quite innovative in that area in terms of waste. And this, of course, the second part of this is arranged by ComSec, Council of Mayors, South East Queensland. The first bit, the first 2 days, is a preliminary for a trip later on this year by TISB to Weatherford in Texas to build that relationship.
Okay, so there's that trip, and then and how long's that trip for?
That I get back about the 14th of February.
And there's the trip to New Zealand from the 1st to 5th of March. Was that all? Was there another one, or was that it?
No, that's all that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald, a seconder, please. Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? That's carried. Council will now move to item 12.1, which is Youth Grants Program Approval. Would you come down, Margot and Daryl?
Good morning, everyone. This is for the Youth Grants Program for October 2022. Applications for the 22 Youth Grants Program were open from the 1st of October to the 31st of October. $10,000 is available for the Youth Grants Program. 7 applications were received during this period, and the consensus of the panel was that 5 applications totalling $10,000 be approved. I take it the report has been read, and now if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Margot or Daryl? Firstly, Councillor Summerfield, then Councillor Rebecca, Councillor Bonhoff.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to the report, I just wonder whether, and I couldn't see it there, but I didn't have the print off, it was still at the office. Was there a contribution column? I think it's important for us to know whether they're contributing towards these grants at all, because I know when we were making decisions on them, we always favoured applications where there was a contribution from the applicant. So
no, we haven't included a contribution line, but from memory, I think there was one applicant that was contributing.
Okay, so could we have that for future ones, please?
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, Councillor Nancy, it's one we do in the consolidated, in the bigger approval one, but I'll add that, I'll just make a note of that through, and in light of where we're taking it, I think the next round opens 1 Feb for all the community support grants. I'll make sure that one's included in there.
Okay, thank you. And then I've only got one other question, and that is, can you advise why all of the applications received partial funding due to high subscription of the application, yet one received full funding? I felt that was maybe not was a bit inequitable.
I think the decision of the panel was because that one was providing skills and also initiating some other spaces to be used as well, such as the indoor sports centre at Oakey, and also instigating another type of cricket game to be played, like indoor cricket. So I think that's why. Anything to add?
Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Nancy?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Thanks. Same question, I think, as Councillor Summerfield's about the justification that's listed for partial funding for most of the projects, but full funding for the Oakey Junior Cricket Club. And then the reason, if I heard correctly, was that for the Oakey Cricket Club, it would bring about increased skills. Is that what?
sorry. I think that was the Touch Association. They were doing clinics for referee clinics. But the Oakey one we liked, the consensus was that we liked that they were also using other areas and partnershiping with other areas as well. And I suppose Oakey too is identified as a place of need.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then I was also, a second question through you, Mayor. I was curious to read the reason for not approving the Rangeville Community Church's request, and it was for their Space Pilots program, and the reason that was listed was that it's not recommended because it doesn't support equity, diversity and inclusion of all genders. Now that's the first time I've seen that in any of council's decision justification. And I wonder how far we take that, because what about instances, for example, where a sport and there's no female participation in that sport, or conversely, there's no male participation in a sport and that sporting club is asking for funding?
I think the consensus at that time was because they stated that it was only for male participants, but another consideration that it was just for, it was a long established program, and they were basically just looking to replace old equipment with new equipment. So because of the competitive nature of the funding, we didn't have enough to support everybody. That was the consensus made.
Thanks. So I suppose going forward then, the lens that's going to be applied is on that principle of inclusivity, that male, female or other, the real requirement is if it is to the exclusion of a group. Is that a reasonable statement?
I think it's probably more about how the application was written and the information that they've put in the application and how they support that application. Everything needs to be considered.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Shine.
Chair, thanks, Margot. Look, I also read that one last night and had a little bit of a chat to you about it, but I think if we were to apply that principle, we often give grant fundings to things like Girl Guides and Boy Scouts. And perhaps that's not a position that council has taken in the past. At the very least, I mean, obviously there's not a whole stack of money too, so there's those issues. But yeah, I think we might have to look at Girl Guides and Boy Scouts and all those other groups, including schools that run traditionally a girls' school or a boys' school. I don't know if that's the best way forward, but perhaps if we could just tell them, if we next round, could you broaden the scope of your Space Pilots programs, and we'd be happy to come on board. I think for now that'd be the best way forward. But ongoing conversation, I think, about the precedent we're setting, and certainly, yeah, girls might want to be space pilots. Let's bring them in. But interesting conversation moving forward. Thanks.
Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we will all agree that all of these organisations and the activities are very worthwhile, and our communities are very fortunate to have their interest in services. I'd just like to mention the Yellow Bridge won the Health at the Haven. Several of our councillors, Councillor Melissa, Megan, one other and myself, I think, and Councillor Carroll has been there as well, out at Charlton. It's well worth a while to visit the help that they give to young people who can't live at home but still at school, and that type of thing is remarkable, really, and they've been going since the 1980s from memory. I'm just wondering in what way did they not qualify for this modest grant, and is there feedback provided to an organisation such as this, and in particular this one, as to what other programs they can subscribe to.
Yeah, all the 7 applicants were eligible. The consensus of the panel was that it was for a roller door, so it didn't quite meet the guidelines in terms of inclusion and that sort of thing. And because of the competitive nature of it, the consensus chose that. When we have a decision today, yes, we will provide feedback through email, yes.
And because that it's the once a year in terms of the youth grants are out, like the youth team will take that time to go back to have a chat about why ineligible. But if you're looking at a grant in future, here's, eligible items, opportunities for another grant when they come up for next year.
Any further questions? Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wonder whether what would be, is there any reason why we can't change the Rangeville Community Church one? Is there any reason why that can't be changed by councillors? Given the discussion that's been had about, you know, saying that it was for boys only, inclusivity, all that sort of thing, when we, as has been mentioned, Boy Scouts, all that sort of, so I just wonder whether there is potential. Could you think of any reason why, given the discussion that's been had here today, why we couldn't change that, and what would be the impact on the budget if we did? Thanks.
Councillor Taylor, you're going to question Carol Taylor.
Mr Mayor,
Sorry.
Waiting on a response.
Response, please.
Okay. I think that you can. I suppose the question is whether some of the other ones would then be able to fully do their programs that they've put in their applications. So, thank you.
Sorry, what did you mean by that? Sorry, what did you mean by that?
So some of the other ones that we've approved or partly approved may not be able to go ahead if they don't have the full funding.
So that was the question I asked. What's the budget impact?
It's $10,000 and all $10,000 has been allocated, yeah. So it's a maximum of $2,500
Thank you.
per application.
I'll leave it to others.
Councillor Carol
Thank
Taylor.
you, Mr Mayor. Council provides, or councillors sit on these panels, we put them on there. There is a process. It was mentioned that the gender equity was a part of it, was quite a small consideration, and there were other considerations for that as well. So I think that, you know, council can change what it likes, of course it can, but at the end of the day, if we're going to go through this process and have councillors sitting on these panels and we're going to change when they've only just followed the process, I don't think, I think we need to have a pretty darn good look at whether the whole thing's working if we're going to pull it to pieces here.
There are no councillors on this one.
Any further comments? Councillor Tim, sorry, thank you for your advice. Tim?
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. I don't believe there are councillors on this one, Margot, is that correct?
Councillor James O'Shea was on this panel.
Thanks very much.
Councillor Cole.
I note in some reports right before us now that we're moving to best practice about councillor representation not being on these panels. So I think that's a step in the right direction, and this is the forum where councillors may choose to support or otherwise.
Any further comments around the room? In respect to the recommendation before you, is anyone wishing to move accordingly or otherwise? Councillor Carol Taylor has moved. The Youth Grants Program approval. Do I have a seconder in the room? Councillor Bill Kyle has seconded that. Take the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour? Again, please. That's carried without dissent. Thank you very much. We move then to item 12.2, which is the aerodrome amendment, local law number 1. Thanks, Darryl and Margo. Thank you very much. And I'll call Bailey down to present that, please.
Good morning again, councillors. I table item 12.2, which is the aerodrome amendment local law 23 and the subordinate local law 2023. The matter was originally raised back in June via committee process. The status is that we're at the next stage on one particular law. We're at item 7 of local lawmaking, and for the subordinate law we're at item 6 in the lawmaking process. I take the drafts as tabled. The changes are obviously the process has commenced prior to my arrival, but essentially the local law is primarily, the amendment includes a penalty provision which hasn't previously been applied, and essentially then there's a new subordinate law to cover various aspects of managing the aerodrome site, and I'll take it as tabled, so I'll take any questions as taken and discuss you through.
Are there any questions for Bailey? Councillor Sommerville?
Thank you, and sorry to be difficult, Bailey, but we did have a big agenda this month, considering it's January. I couldn't find the amendment in the, for me to read.
Okay, through the pack there is a...
Is it attachment 5?
It's attachment 4.
4.
So the way to read it is look at attachment 4, and to the local law it says amendment of section 8, use of vehicles, plan or equipment on any airside area. Section 8.1, after airside insert, and then underneath that the amendment is maximum penalty for 100 penalty points.
Yeah.
So previously, obviously there's been some breach of provisions out there, and it's about what action could we take, and it was nil. So the intent is just to have a penalty provision, which is common for local law standards.
It empowers it. Okay, thank you.
So that's, and then the subordinate law, is to support.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for Bailey? If not, would someone wish to move item 12.2, Aerodrome Amendment Local Law number 1, 2023, and subordinate local law number 6, Aerodrome 2023. Is there a mover, please? Councillor Melissa Taylor and Councillor Bill Kyle. Those in favour? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, Bailey. Now call Andrew down. Item 12.3, Community Grant Program, Sports Tourism Events Grant Program Approval, January 23.
Morning, councillors, and Happy New Year to you all. As I've returned to the my substantive position in the tourism events team, I would like to table a report for you to consider, which is an application to our sports events grant program made by Netball Queensland. The report is before you. The process in terms of panel meeting and assessing the application has recommended that this application be supported to the amount of $5,000, which is consistent with the grant program guidelines. Yeah, I put that to you.
Questions, Councillor Tim?
Chair, thanks. Look, I just want to raise this. I find it a little bit awkward and conflicting that the next item after this says that councillors have a real conflict of interest being on these panels and asks for us to be removed, and yet this item, one before it, there are 4 councillors on this selection panel, and then we're approving that outcome today. Just through to the acting CEO, would it be best, considering the wording of the next item, that those 4 councillors aren't involved in the vote?
We won't have enough people to continue the meeting if that were to be the case, but we can work it out somehow.
My comment, Mr Mayor, would be that the grant program has been conducted in accordance with the adopted policy and guidelines that were in effect at the time. They haven't yet been amended. Yes, you're right, they're proposed to be amended in an upcoming item in the agenda. However, this program's been run in accordance with the policy at the time, so I don't think there's any need to declare those conflicts and remove oneself.
Okay, thanks for that advice. I don't suppose we need to check the room, but it's interesting if items 12.4 and 12.3 were flipped, we may be in a different situation, but I welcome that advice. Thank you.
Councillor Nancy, you had your hand up there before. Question answered.
No, I think Nick did an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to make a comment in respect to this community grant program, sports tourism? Councillor Carroll and then Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As one of the councillors that's on this panel, I'd just like to mention in case it's not known, that netball is the highest participation sport in Australia, actually. And I think that for our young netballers, and we know how many there are here, to bring a team of this magnitude or standard, one would think, that to come here, and I believe that it is a tremendous thing for our young. I've had children, grandchildren, and if they see a high level of something played, and then who knows how many of those players may well aspire to become professional athletes such as these people are. So I think, I think that this would be the first time, in my understanding, that this has come here. And I think that the spin-off value of having that here to play and in just the exhibition nature of it, I think you'll find that we'll have people coming from Goondiwindi and over the border down towards Stanthorpe and everywhere to come and watch this team, because I do know that when the games are on down in Brisbane, that there's a great exodus of people from the regional areas. So that's people, but I mean our children, and they take their children with them. And so any example of a professional team that's been so successful as this one has, I think that has great value in bringing it here. And it's a good investment of Council of Sports Tourism, I think far more than anything else that I've sat and looked at. So I think it's very much, I commend it to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Rebecca, did you wish to make a comment, please?
Well, if there were no further questions for all those reasons Councillor Carroll just outlined, I'm happy to move it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Are there any further questions that anyone wishes to ask? Councillor McDonald? I'll take that on board, Councillor Von.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Andrew. This is obviously it's a great opportunity, and the assessment panel's done what it's done. The funding sought was for $10,000, and you've explained that it's gone through the assessment to achieve $5,000. The event's already locked in clearly, so it's actually happening, which is tremendous. I just wondered, for an explanation, to go from 10 to 5, can you just explain how it is rated as a $5,000 sponsorship or grant?
Yes, most certainly, Councillor Jeff. So, as per the program guidelines, we have a scoring matrix for this particular grant program. It looks at a range of elements, including number of participants, which is actual players, referees, support staff and things like that, potential number of spectators, the length or duration of the event, plus then also their willingness to deliver community impact programs or community benefit focused programs, and then also the standard of the event. So in this particular circumstance, there are two main elements, I guess, that were, if you'd like to say, to the detriment of the applicant in terms of the level of, and to clarify also then the scoring matrix then puts that applicant into a bracket of amount of funding they're eligible to receive. So this particular case, the score was 17 out of a possible 27, which is at the top of the bracket where they're eligible to receive up to $5,000. So essentially, they're receiving the full amount that they're eligible to receive under the guidelines. Two elements where I guess it was to the detriment of this particular applicant is, firstly, it's a single day event. So obviously just a Super Netball pre-season game happens over a period of time. It's commencing at 3 p.m. In the afternoon, which kind of indicates from a tourism perspective that there's a reduced opportunity to have increased stay and things like that in the region. And then also the capacity of the venue. So from a attendee perspective, there's only just over 1,000 possible seats available in the venue that they're utilising. And even with additional, which is what Netball Queensland are looking to achieve, some additional grandstand seating to increase that capacity, it's still not going to be to the level where they would be scored the next, an extra point. So basically, they were the elements that came into effect when assessing the application.
Thanks for clarification. Appreciate it. Good on you.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Rebecca has moved this. Is there a second? Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? It's carried. Thanks, Andrew.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Hugh. We move then to item 12.4. Daryl, if you could come down, please. So we've got Daryl and Eddie will present this one, and Hugh's in charge by the looks of things.
Morning, councillors. Happy 2023 to you all too. I present for council's consideration the revised community grants policy and associated program guidelines. Since its adoption in 2011, the policy and guidelines have had pre and post funding round program reviews undertaken with relevant staff and councillors, and a council information session to review the policy and guidelines was held in November. This information session provided councillors with an overview of the detailed findings and agreed management actions identified within the internal audit report, grants and sponsorship, August 2022. The grants policy and associated guidelines is reflective of the segregation of duties outlined within the assessment process, updated acquittal information, some administration changes moving from online, from paper-based to online, and administration updates. And Eddie and I are here to answer any questions that councillors may have around that. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for that, Daryl. Very supportive of it. On page 264 of board books, or page 3 of 9 on the track changes policy, it talks about community members with subject area expertise related to the grant program objectives where appropriate. And to me that sounds really warm and fuzzy and wonderful, but I just wonder how and when you're going to implement it. So how are you going to identify a community member with subject area expertise without some sort of bias coming with that? Obviously, that's the risk there. And when would you decide that you were going to do it? Are you going to do it every time there's a panel, or are you going to just do it when there's a tricky one? Or if you could just explain how you plan on implementing that particular section of it. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Nancy. And I suppose some of the panels already have those now. Economic Development have external to council. Within those ones, they're state government bodies. We do have, and even in the youth grants currently that council was presented for council this morning, they have members of the Regional Youth Advisory Committee, the Youth Leaders Program. So we do have external already. We look at expressions of interest, and it's not that every area will need to or has the ability, but, not every area will utilise, but we'd look at from a community grants perspective, from my perspective, luckily we have internal staff, some of the community development officers that we could utilise regionally, but I would look at an expressions of interest, and I think flagged into the policy talks about any officer or any external, it would be appointed as per the CEO. So there's a process that we'd look at following through. But for me, neighbourhood centres, regional representation, given we've only got a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5 too, minimises how many we may use. We don't go through in community support, for an example. We don't look at certain, say, volunteer or those ones where you would pull in experts from those areas. So for me, definitely expressions of interest, looking at some of the neighbourhood centres, making sure we have regional representation as well on those panels. But it would be the way I would look at it. But yeah, we haven't implemented that yet. We've been regimented before where it's been quite specific, where it's been councillors, portfolio, and others, manager and or delegate. So for us, it'll be new within the grants area to review and look at for the 1 February round.
Thank you. So I just wonder, so the ones you mentioned where we've already got external, is that in the policies that it is? Thank you.
It was, Councillor Nancy, and I think what we looked at, rather than be too specific, because I think there was about 3 or 4 of them, Eddie will be better than I will be, but I know there was 3 or 4 who do have external anyway. We tried to keep it to be a little bit generic. So the key was a minimum of 3, maximum of 5. Doesn't have to use external, it doesn't say that in it, but the options there around the grant programs if they felt they needed to.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I wasn't aware that we did have externals in some of those policies because I obviously wasn't on those panels. So maybe that's something that should be in each report too, but I just go back to your expressions of interest. How do you see putting that expression of interest out? Because it's tricky. It's not a simple thing. Because you need to be broad. You can't just sort of, oh, okay, we'll just send the expression out to these people. So I just wonder how you're going to manage it all. That's all. Look, I think it's great to have community members with that particular expertise involved, if appropriate. But I just wonder how you're going to manage it. That's all.
And Councillor Nancy, I suppose that would form part of the consolidated report back to council in terms of who was on there, why. We'd utilise those ones, what their skill sets were. Historically, we used to have, and a number of you remember Jeff Holmes, that was STRP. He was on our grants panel and there were externals historically a number of years ago. But yeah, I think the key is about the process we undertake to identify and then report back. And definitely we'd make sure we report back to council, who's on and what expertise they bring to that particular grant area.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Perhaps not a question. We're hearing about all that regional and everything else. I mean, you've got representatives and I strongly support, this started off as a grants to our community. Toowoomba City had it, we carried it over after amalgamation. And the fact is that these people sitting around this table know more about the organisations that are in our regional community than anybody else. And we're going to broaden it out, and you've got some small little, there will be bias, and this places a tremendous amount of pressure on our staff because they will be taking the place of making all those decisions. You're going to have people who don't understand how important, for instance, one size doesn't fit all. So some community organisation might be the only...
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, are we debating or are we discussing?
Only you can do that, Councillor Carl. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to...
Mr Mayor, I am commenting, and
Yep.
I'm not debating, I am commenting on what our officer read out about regional, community, blah, blah. We're going to have something that will not work and will not give us, our community, it can't possibly happen. And so I don't agree with, on some committees and grant committee, I agree, but I certainly don't agree with things like community grants and things like that, to have somebody from the community. Everybody has their own unintentional bias. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any further comments around the room or questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Darryl. Darryl, you mentioned that this, if it goes through today, will be in place for which opens on the 1st of February and closes on the 1st of March. Therefore, the time frame for you to undertake this external opportunity is narrowed as well. So I could only imagine that there would be some pressure trying to get that happening between now and then, and then of course council's got to go through the process of reviewing, if you like, all of those through a report. So this was to expedite some timeframes for grants to happen. Are you confident that will happen this first time?
Always confident, Councillor Jeff. Yeah, it will happen. We started that process around it in lieu of, depending what happens out of today's council meeting. You know, we've got a grants assessment group. We'll catch up from our program areas. If the process in terms of community group or community members on there through to the CEO for approval, so we'll work through those ones. We've also got, which you didn't flag, we've also got the moderated one this round, which we do round 2 every year. So it's any excess funds is treated in light of that across those assessment panels. So a little bit of work, but you will manage and work through that process to do that within that time frame.
Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to sing the praises of this, as Councillor McDonald just pointed out, ready to go for February, and I was sort of holding my breath going, are we going to change this but the month before we get it done? So happy with that. My only question is change to 4.4 unspent grant funds. Does that just mean if it's less than $100, you don't have to return it? Anything over $100, return to council? Is that what that means?
Mr. Chair, through you, if I may comment, Councillor Tim, in regards to that inclusion in the policy, it's a recommendation from the auditor's report that anything less than $100 for staff to spend time and energy in chasing up would in fact be a waste of money, let's say. It doesn't mean that the applicant is able to get away with not returning it. It would be more so that our acquittal process and our staff labour and time invested in doing that acquittal process doesn't then spend time chasing for the likes of $6, which is a real example. It is up to $100. Now, conversely with that, if there was the situation where an applicant had more than $100 outstanding, they could in fact find themselves in default, as part of the policy states, and they would therefore be ineligible for any future funding. So we wish to clarify that that is up to the value of $100. If that was a genuine case of finding out from that program that we were in fact trying to spend many hours of time and labour chasing that up.
Yeah, no, thanks for clarifying that, and I think that's a reasonable position to come to. You know, staff, what are they paid per hour, and 6 or 8 hours chasing $5? But no, thanks for clarifying. Happy with that.
Any further questions or comments around the room? Councillor McDonald has moved that. Councillor Tim, you got your hand up just slightly in front of Councillor Rebecca. A second of that. Anybody wishing to speak against it? Those in favour? That's carried. You're against it. Councillor Taylor, wish to have your vote recorded? Yeah, Councillor Taylor wishes to have a vote recorded as having voted against it. Right. We move to item 12.5, which is the implementation of smoke testing inspection program. Damien and Phil. Phil? Over to you. Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Morning, councillors. I think it's still morning. This is bringing to you a report looking for your approval or resolution to continue our smoke testing program. It's smoke testing looking, as we have discussed previously, looking for potential infiltration points into our system of stormwater. So sewer pipes, house drains, illegal connections, etc. We bring it to council because it is a selective inspection program which, in accordance with section 134 of the Local Government Act, does need an approval because we will be entering private property. The areas that we will be looking for are on the attachments. So there is an area at Wilsonton, not far from the aerodrome, and 3 areas basically from north to south along Rowbotham Street on the edge of the range, and then an area, I think it's Ramsey and Alderley Street. So these are areas that fall within our program. Additionally, with the metering that we have in the system, which we would like a lot more of course, but we do have some, areas that we did note during the events early last year did have high flows. So there is some stormwater getting into the systems around there somewhere. Can I take the report as read?
Councillor Carl, you have a question?
Yeah, and it's through you, Chair, to the CEO or perhaps Bailey. He's still in the room. I'm just wondering, given that there's a part of the Act that it says it has to be authorised, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, and you know, councillors may feel differently, that given this is a very operational matter, could we in fact delegate this function at some point to the CEO and, you know, via the CEO's report, if there's any alarming statistics that come out of that, he will then be able to inform us, and no doubt this type of work informs the future maintenance and operation and future capital investment across the network anyway. So I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to streamline this type of business and delegate that to the CEO. Councillors may feel differently, but I'm sort of thinking it's a pretty standard thing that happens, you know, how many times a year, Phil? 3 times? So, yeah.
Sorry, Councillor,
just a question.
2 or 3 times, depending on how quickly we can get to it and what we find after each one that we need to clean up.
Yep. So through you, Chair, to Bailey, perhaps, is that possible? The Act might be rather prescriptive that it isn't. I don't know. Can we streamline it to a CEO delegation in the future?
Okay. I don't have the Act in front of me, but so the section of the Act, if it requires council approval, I can understand that your feedback, Councillor Cahill, regarding, you know, it's more operational. If the legislative is prescriptive that we need council approval, that's what we need to do, okay, if we read it down. But there's nothing saying that a standing resolution can be done, which is saying it's approved throughout the process and that resolution can be revoked later. So it's the way we draft that resolution to ensure that it covers the entire year or the 3 times. I can sit with my colleagues and prepare something of that nature. Not for today, of course, but it's a matter of me going away and looking at it and having a standing resolution that achieves what we need to do under the Act for the purposes of operations. I think we can come to a position of that if that's what council would, you know, like to do. So we'll take it on notice. Obviously, the papers that's tabled today is for today's meeting, so I'll take your request on notice and I'll go and review the Act and I'll provide some advice at the next council meeting.
I've got 3 potential. So, thanks, Councillor.
Yeah. Thanks, Bailey. And look, I'm open to councillors.
Yep.
If there's not agreement with that, then that's
Well,
fine.
look,
But I think that's a good way forward if people are in agreement.
Can I very briefly say it looks very operational to me? Councillor Nancy, and then Councillor Tim,
Thank
and then
you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand where Councillor Bill's coming from. However, this is entering people's homes, place of residence, and I think it's full transparency if it does come. The maps particularly, I mean, the approval, we always approve it anyway, and it is, as you say, a legislative thing. But I think it's providing transparency. Council can say, well, the maps were presented at such and such an ordinary meeting of council and signed off on. It's pretty important when you're entering someone's home. It's where they live. It's their castle. No matter what it is, it's their castle, and we're entering their homes, and I think that we need to be respectful of that. And so I personally, it's a bit of a tick and flick for us, but it provides that transparency of showing where that work's going to be carried out. It doesn't take a lot of time.
Mr. Mayor?
Like to comment on that?
If I can just clarify one thing, Councillor Summerfield. We enter their yards, but we don't enter their houses. Yeah, for some people it certainly is. That's correct.
Well, I guess there must be a number of occasions when you enter people's yards, animals, all that sort of thing, I suppose. So maybe it needs looking at. Councillor Tim, you had your hand up before, and then we've got Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair. Look, I tend to agree with Councillor Bill. We have water reader meters and electricity reader meters, and all of that sort of stuff that enter property, and you know, this is fairly operational for us, but we can have that discussion regarding this one. I'm otherwise happy to move at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Yep, I'll take that on note. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We sit here and we're talking about how overworked our staff are. This is really important, I think, that it come to us, as Councillor Nancy Summerfield has mentioned. It isn't onerous, and it's not just the entering their property. It's should there need to be some sort of action taken about what is found there as well. So I think it's very important that we put it through here, and I think then the public they can get onto the agenda and have a look at a map or whatever else. It's not much time. We would be causing more time having something else drafted. So at the end of the day, I don't think this is onerous, and I support it coming like this so that it's clear and transparent and everybody knows what's happening and where it's happening. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to make a comment? The recommendation is before you. Councillor Tim has indicated he's prepared to move that recommendation. Councillor Summerfield, you have seconded that. Anybody wishing to speak against the recommendation? Those in favour?
Question, if I might, that the recommendation, I'm having trouble with my iPad, I'm sorry. I've gotten back onto it now. So it's as we stay as we are. Yeah, so thank you.
Those in favour of the resolution? That's carried without dissent.
Mr Chair, for clarity for Bailey, does he go away? Is there general support to look at that or not? Just for his clarity, otherwise he's wasting his time.
The acting CEO has a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I think we could consider that feedback, and the next time we bring one of these reports to you, that could potentially be an option that's explored and presented to you as two different options if it's possible.
Yeah, I think to put the facts on the table that surround this would be a good idea for us all to give some consideration to.
These aren't the only type of approved inspection programs that we undertake. Of course, we do our biosecurity inspection programs that you approve on an annual basis. We also do approved inspection programs for animal management matters.
This is done as each event occurs. Maybe an annual basis covering a number of them may be the best way to go. But anyhow, that's entirely up to a future decision of council. Thank you very much. So that's smoke testing done. We move to item 12.6, request for sponsorship, meat stock Toowoomba. Nicola, you're involved in this.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm happy to speak to our request for sponsorship for meat stock. Now, as those of you know, of course, Council supported a sponsorship in the order of $50,000 for last year's event. So we ended up with, I think, 12,900 attendees, and it injected an estimated $3.3 million into the Toowoomba region economy. Just the amount spent by the organisers in Toowoomba was in excess of $77,000 in response to our return to the $50,000. So Meatstock has come back again and they're asking for sponsorship in the order of $30,000. So what we've recommended is sponsorship in the order of $15,000 for this year's event, which is in April, and a further $15,000 for the 2024 event. Now, we're only one of 3 in Australia where this event is held. So the other 2 are Melbourne and Sydney. There's also an event in Auckland. It would be heavily contested, I would think, by other councils to have meat stock held in their regions instead of in ours in Toowoomba. And we also get in return for our sponsorship, the opportunity for advertising, market stalls, etc., including at the Melbourne and Sydney events. So there is a reciprocal relationship there where we not only get that injection of funds for our Toowoomba region, but we also get an opportunity to showcase Toowoomba at other events as well as our own. So we would recommend that that council support sponsorship in the order of $15,000 for this year's event, which will be held on April 14 and 15, and then also commit to sponsoring the event for 2024, and that the CEO be able to negotiate and execute those arrangements. And I should like to point out to anyone who is interested to go this year, tickets are still available. However, all of the camping, so the powered camper vans, caravans and tent sites are now, the allocation is exhausted. As well, if you are hoping to go to the bull riding, all of those allocations are also exhausted unless you are a child on the Friday. So it's obviously very well subscribed already for April. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor McMahon, you have a question, then Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Nicola. Yeah, we've been briefed on Meatstock and its investment into the economy and how good it was last year, and I did attend, had a great time. I'm just wondering, they've asked for 30,000. We've given them 15,000 for 2 years. I'm wondering if they asked for 30,000, we didn't give them the 30,000 this year and come back to have a look at it next year. I know we have policies that we want to see them giving them less so that they stand on their own, and 50 down to 30 is still justifying that, I believe. Is there something in the policy that gave us to the $15,000 a year, or can you just tell me how we arrived at that rather than 30,000 this year and come check out it next year?
And through the chair, and I thank you for the question. I think one of the most difficult things councils face is being able to try and strike the right balance between supporting events such as this one, and then being mindful of our other expenses or commitments, and also the risk of not providing enough support. So the team that did the assessment thought this was striking the right balance, particularly as moving forward. It was a very successful event, and we would expect it to probably require less and less sponsorship over time.
Yeah, thanks for that. I very much respect the officers and the assessment panel. I suppose part of the question is we have several big events through Toowoomba region throughout the year. This is trying to take its place of one of them, and you know, we seem to be cutting out a little bit of funding for it. And so I suppose the idea is to keep large events progressing throughout the year. But no, look, I'm happy with where you've come to, and I accept that moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do remember an approach here to us for the red hot summer, come and asked for a whole lot of money, and council declined, and they still come here anyway. So at the end of the day, I'm disappointed that we've lost the Languages and Cultural Festival because we didn't fund it. And I look here at this and I see we gave $50,000 and the event organiser spent $77,248. That's not a lot of money. So who paid for was that the rent of the grounds or what? Because to me, that is a really telling amount of money. It's very little over what we actually put into the event. So that leaves me very cold. And I believe, I don't know, I would support 10,000, but at the end of the day, I believe that they're established here, they know it works here, it pulls from all parts of the region, including over the border, and I don't think that they would be pulling out of here because they wouldn't get anywhere in Brisbane that would be equal to what we have here. And I think that, you know, I think this is one event. There are many other events, including, as I say, the Languages and Cultural, which we declined to fund. And I think that, I certainly don't support any more than 15. In fact, I don't support 15. I'd support 10, twice. Thank you. Thanks,
Councillor Carroll. I think it's interesting to note that Toowoomba is the only non-capital city that's having this, and it tells a bit of a story about the opportunities there are in Toowoomba, and I'm pleased this one's been picked up. Sorry? Yeah, I understand that, but the other events are in Auckland, Melbourne and Sydney. Councillor Shine.
My recollection might be wrong, but I thought last year we paid a large amount because they were, there was something inappropriate or not conforming with an application for federal funding in that one as well. And so we thought, oh, well, we wanted it to happen, so we'll make up the difference. And next year, meaning this year, we'll take that into account, perhaps halve it. Well, we've gone better than that, down to 15, I think, from memory.
Any further comments around the room? Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicola. The 15,000 I support. I think that's a fair amount for the thing. But the one concern that was raised from the last one that I was aware of was lack of local involvement. And I think that if we agree to this, that we actually need to make sure that we include in the, point 3, that a sponsorship agreement be negotiated and executed by the CEO, that includes a certain percentage of local content, that they have to use local providers in their stalls and things. I think that's important because it's $15,000 of ratepayers' money. Therefore, we should be making sure that our local people are getting a fair crack of the whip.
Could that be a condition of the grant that we give them, and that
I believe so.
that get them to give us an indication of how much they spent locally?
Well, I think last time there wasn't very much at all local because I made an inquiry and I can't remember what the response was off the cuff, but it wasn't great. And I think that we do need to make sure that, a large percentage of the beef, for example, comes from Darling Downs, from our region, that the stall holders that are there, the locals get first crack. I think that's something that we can do.
Okay. Nicola?
I just want to distinguish, firstly, and it's catching on Councillor Carroll's points. So when I made reference to the fact that the event organisers spent 77,000, so they haven't bought all the produce that's used at this event. So there are stall holders, and I take your point as well, whether we can work into that contract the need to make sure that local stall holders get priority. For example, it could be a butcher that's barbecuing, etc. So that's definitely a point we can take away. But the return to the community was in excess of $3 million. A lot of those who attended were not from Toowoomba. So it did provide an opportunity. I think it was in excess of 80%. In an environment where we're trying to draw people to Toowoomba's, particularly skilled workers that we want here at Council, it's an important opportunity to show what we have to offer, and hopefully we will entice them to move, because we're the most fabulous place on earth. I will say Red Hot Summer is, I think that, I'm not entirely sure what it's called. It's on the Saturday as well. So if you are ever going to come to Toowoomba, you're not going to be able to camp at the showgrounds, but you're going to be able to go to not only Meatstock, but you can also go to... It's on the same weekend. It's on the Saturday from 1 o'clock is Red Hot. Red Hot Summer, I think it's called. Yeah. This is on the Friday and then on the Saturday. You can't get to the bull riding on the Saturday. It's gone. So you can take yourself off to Red Hot Summer is what I would suggest.
Very quick comment, thank you.
Red Hot Summer have had their date booked 12 months in advance, and I think that this is a real shame. We get nothing to Red Hot Summer, and they bring a lot of people here.
Yep.
Last year it rained, but they still had almost a maximum crowd. So I think it's a great pity that they clashed, and I think they've had their, I know,
Yep.
they've had their date for a long time.
Yep. Councillor Melissa, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thanks, Nicola. I didn't attend Meatstock last year, but had a bit of envy because I heard some great reports. It's not my gig, barbecuing, but anyway. I just want to be a little bit wary of how I'm all for local supplies, like small business, buy local, have been a very, very big advocate for local spend. But just, you don't want the whole contract dependent on that, because it's not just the local spend of the meat stock, it's the night's accommodation, it's the produce that people that are coming to Toowoomba, stallholders, will buy our produce, and it's not just produce for their stalls, but their meals, Ubers, transport, taxi drivers, restaurants, if you know, the list goes on. So it's not really just local vendors that will be affected. It's the wider community, and it's also putting Toowoomba on the map again for something more than just carnival flowers. No offence, Kate. Because we keep saying that we hang our hat on one event a year, which is Carnival Flowers, which is fabulous, but we want to expand that. So I just want to be just a little bit careful about how we do that wording. I'm not disagreeing with Councillor Summerfield, because, as I said, very big advocate for local suppliers, but I don't want to hang our hat on just making sure that it's dependent on that.
Thank you, Councillor, and that's a good point. I can see Bailey moving in the background because ultimately he will be dealing with the contracts with the Chief Executive. One thing I will point out is I'm not entirely certain what proportion of stall holders, entertainers, etc. were local. It could well be that there was a very high proportion of local content there. So it may be that we're concerned about something that had already been addressed. In terms of the recommendation for you as councillors, I might just ask Bailey to come up to, let's explore some wording. So it may well be that we don't set an amount, it's just that the Chief Executive takes into account a desire for local representation stallholders. Over to you, Bailey.
Probably make a commercial comment. I haven't been to meat stock, but I think some of the attraction of the locals going to meat stock is the ability to have vendors from outside the region. So that creates a bit of excitement why meat stock's grown in Toowoomba. That's just a commercial comment. It's something different. I think we're getting very prescriptive that they've got to use a percentage of local suppliers. That is going to be difficult to police and what reporting we want. I can understand the intent. I support the intent. So it's whether, I think what you're looking for, Councillor Carroll, is something that they do promote to local vendors that they can attend. I'm not aware if there's sufficient space for them to set up stalls or area-wise. I haven't been to meat stock, but realistically what we're asking them is to be proactive, to give opportunity to local suppliers to participate in the event, and we might get some reporting back from them saying, look, what did they do to promote that, and we might get some data back saying this is how many local suppliers entered meat stock in a way. Is that sort of the intent that you're looking for? Because measuring a percentage may be difficult of what input is required per vendor. Some of these vendors might have product from outside, so it's more of covering that intent of that nature. The sponsorship agreement to be negotiated and executed to executive.
They can participate.
Encourage and promote the local vendors that they can attend.
Participate, not
participate
attend.
As stallholders, participate as stallholders, and if you want something post the event, if they could report back to us, post the event, how many local suppliers actually took up the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And that's it.
Thank you.
That's something around, hopefully covers your intent.
I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Councillor Orser.
So, yeah, just, there's a couple of words that just don't make sense. Meat stock events in Toowoomba, yes, that encourage yes, that's it.
Local vendors and product? You don't want product in there?
I was going to say, should it say taking into account council's desire to encourage the promotion?
Probably the only other thing, if I could just say, Mayor, is a focus on our beef, that they're sourcing our beef. I'm not saying that they have to, but there be some sort of focus in there that we do have amazing beef, like the best beef.
And pork, of course.
I will say,
yes.
so council, we have,
Meat.
thank you, and so council does have the opportunity to advertise, so we get something in return for our sponsorship. So it could well be that council decides to focus on the beef in this region as part of the work we do, including if we have those essentially trade stalls at these other events. So that's sort of part of a broader piece that our team can look into. I think one of the most important things to realise here is we're not, in return for our 15,000, we can't make it so restrictive and onerous imposition for them as well.
Councillor McMahon, you have a comment to make?
Yeah, Chair, thanks, I do. Look, I'm all right with a sort of a general statement like that we do desire to see local products, but I wonder if this hasn't already been addressed, so if I could take council to page 513 of board books, the 2022 major partners list. At the Butcher and Boning Wars, Morton & Co were a lead partner, so was the Paddock Butcher for the Barbecue Wars, Toowoomba Fireplaces, Toowoomba Butchers Supplies. There's a whole lot, a very large list of local products and suppliers that were included in 2022. So I'm happy with the general statement, Chair, but I think as Nicola said, I don't want to spend too much time giving them orders for 15 grand when it's already been perhaps addressed quite well last year.
Any further comments around the room? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to Nicola, just a comment really, when you look at the return on the investment of, $50,000 we spent over 66 times return is not a bad return for an event. My query is in regard really to the second part of this motion. And if I go back to the first part where we say we commit to $15,000, one of the reasons we're committing to $15,000, and correct me if I'm wrong, is because of current budget capacity for that $15,000. Yet the assessment, by way of putting $15,000 this year and then suggesting, a hypothetical that it's going to go ahead next year and they'll be requesting another $15,000, doesn't sort of seem quite right to me. If the request is for $30,000 and the assessment is that, yes, the value is there for $30,000, then perhaps it should be for $30,000 and not 15, and that's a debate that we should be having. And then perhaps it's a budget review or another. From what I read in the report, it's out of that department that the sponsorship needs to be made. Surely across this organisation, if the officer believes that return on investment for $30,000 is warranted, then a conversation could be had across the organisation more broadly. If, however, it's for $15,000, the officer believes that, then we should just have one motion, $15,000 for this event, because 2023 is another event, another time. And I'm uneasy with actually saying, well, commit to $15,000. Could come back and ask for another 30,000, whatever it might be, or it mightn't even go ahead. I'd just like a comment on both those scenarios, if I could.
And thank you for that comment. I think the intent behind it is to show council's longer term commitment to making sure that meat stock is here. If we do it on an annual basis, particularly if we're thinking about whether they won't be back, well, we want them back next year. So I think it's just an indication of council's intent that we see this as a longer term commitment, and we're not going to getting them to come back each year and show why we should support them. So I think it was less about the money, so it's not really about splitting the 30, but it shows not only our interest in meat stock being here this year, we would also we're interested in them coming back next year as well. So this will only be the second event. Last year was the inaugural event. So I think that was the intent behind there, but I do take your point. it could well be that as part of the recommendations, council indicates its desire to continue to ensure or to continue to encourage meat stock to be held in Toowoomba. So it could be a different way that you might signal council's intent that this is that meat stock consider us as a long-term option.
Yeah, I just from a process perspective, you know, I'd be comfortable if item 2 said subject to budget considerations at the time, and that would then suggest whether it is $15,000, it might be something different to that. But by saying we're committing to it now, then it may also flag to the organisers that, well, they haven't committed to $30,000, we requested that this year. Now they're committing $15,000 next year. We want to grow the event. We actually need more than that, hypothetically, so we'll exit from the area. So I think there's danger in committing to an amount, hypothetically, not knowing what this event might go over 3 days the next year. And we might say, well, that's exactly what we want. More nights stay, increases the return on investment. I think that there's a bit of unknown. If I'm the commercial entity, I've requested an amount for an event. I haven't said, but then, you know, if you're happy, split it over 2 years. Whether there's a conversation been had with officers and the organiser, that's a different scenario. And if there has been, and this is a negotiation point, albeit, but if we've assessed it and we've said $15,000 for this year, it should be $15,000 for this year and nothing further. That's
Thank you,
you know,
Councillor.
putting a commercial hat on, that's what I want to know. I don't necessarily want to know, well, I've asked for 30, but here you go, I'll give you 15 and throw you another 15 next year.
And I might suggest, I'll hand over to Tony briefly, but then I might come up with some wording that you'd like to consider, taking into account what you said. Thank you, Tony.
Sorry, councillors. This came out around a bit quicker than I expected this morning. I was in another meeting. Just on that, Councillor McDonald, I guess referring to the report, it is subject to budget being available under the policy. Within our budget this year, we would have $15,000 available, and as the report does say, we would require a budget review to negotiation to get the additional 15,000. The organisers would like 30,000, but I guess that's where we've asked to split the $30,000 over 2 years, $15,000 for this year and $15,000 for next year to entice them back to the event. So they would still be getting the $30,000 over 2 years, otherwise there'd be another sponsorship request that they would come back and have to fill out for next year. And I believe one of the councillors did point out that, you know, we do want to decrease the funding and the reliance on council funding as the events become more commercially sustainable within our region. But I guess we do want to keep this event here, as has previously been stated, because it does inject, I think the estimate's around 3.2 million into the economy last financial year. And that was in addition to the camping that Nicola has already spoken about.
So in terms of wording, if an amount is not included in that second recommendation, they would be required to apply again, is that correct?
Yes, they'd be required to apply again. So they have only applied for the event for this year. I guess it's just under the assessment, they certainly do warrant the higher amount. I guess it's just that under the budgetary constraints within our department, we've just decided to split it over 2 years to still give them the $30,000 and without them having to come back and do another application next year. But I guess that's completely up to council to decide which way they'd like to go.
So taking into account your comments, it may be that council decides that with recommendations in 2 and 3, that recommendation 2 would read that council commit to sponsoring the meat stock event in Toowoomba in 2024, subject to budget availability. Is that what you normally say? Budgetary.
Well, 2024, if we didn't include in this the report, then it would be another application. But I mean, council can certainly make a recommendation to fund it again next year. There's certainly happy with Toowoomba as the venue. but as Nicola previously pointed out, there has been a lot of interest from surrounding regions to attract this event to their region as well. It's a 2023 that we've got the $15,000 available for now. It would require a budget review to recommendation to increase that amount above $15,000.
So if council does not wish to endorse these recommendations, so might I suggest for recommendation 2 that council commit to sponsoring the meat stock events in Toowoomba in 2024, subject to budgetary consideration, and then recommendation 3 would be changed so that it is exclusive just to 2023. So that's an alternative. The alternative recommendations would mean that council is not the limit of $15,000 is not. It may be that council chooses to sponsor it for more or less. However, it would require an application from Meatstock, noting that Meatstock have only applied for this year. Anyway, so they probably would need to do one.
Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to comment that doing anything for 2024, we have no idea what might come in here and ask for money to settle here, to have an event here or something else. I think it's really poor to be considering. They came last year. It was a late last minute approach, and I don't think it's good. It's good decision making to flag that next year that they might get X or something else. We don't know. We've been through 4 natural disaster events, and we're talking about changing budgetary considerations. I think that I would support just this year, 15,000, but I certainly don't think it's good decision making to be putting anything there for next year. We have no idea what's going to happen between now and early 2024, so I think it'd be prudent not to do anything like that.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I actually want to endorse Councillor McDonald's comments about the decision on the ROI and the like a hypothetical application for 2024. And I'm not sure we've really landed there, to be honest. I think if the justification on the ROI adds up, then the request has been for 30,000. That's still a diminished amount from the 50,000 of the previous year, so it would meet the requirement and the intent of this council that over time events do wean themselves off. So really, I suppose it's, if we understand that the ROI is there, is a reduction to 30,000 agreeable to this council in the year of 2023 or not? So I would support that.
Thank you for that comment. I'm inclined to agree that we can't come. It would be a big change from 50 to 15. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Carl. No. You wish to make a comment? Councillor Carl? Righto.
You haven't returned. Could I get through you,
fix it up, Bill.
Through you to Nicola, and I mean this would go to a debate and would go to a vote, but in order to even consider moving to the requested amount of $30,000 for this year, could I ask through you to the CEO and perhaps then to General Manager Finance, if there was capacity across all of the organisation to consider an operational increase to $15,000 to cover this before we even go down the path of considering a difference.
Of an additional 15,000.
So the requested amount.
Go back to the 30,000.
That's through you to the CEO and to
the CEO, and then I think we might talk to the GM in Finance, Anne-Marie. You've just allowed us to take a lot more money out of your... No, we'll get a comment from you in a moment. Nick.
So, councillors, an earlier item today, we received the financial performance statement for the year, which tells us that our materials, services and other expenditure year to date is currently overexpended. The capacity there to absorb funding may not necessarily be apparent at this point in time. So that would need further consideration through the BR2 process would be my initial reaction.
Now, that was the answer I was seeking. Thank you. Thank you very much, which then leads me to the first item, which is reasonable, and reasons set out are important. Item number 2, I don't prescribe to, other than to say that council continue to work with Meatstock, identifying the benefits for this region for it to continue. Exactly. Something along those lines. And the third one then is as stated, just for 2023.
So is there absolutely no capacity to increase that 15,000?
Mayor, through, I'll answer. I think we've heard from the acting CEO. It would be a budget review consideration, which this event will probably pass before that is actually confirmed. So today we can commit to $15,000, and then we can continue a conversation with Meatstock for the ensuing years.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, the CEO's comments were of interest, but I suppose through you to Tony, so this is happening in April. They've already done the groundwork. They've sold tickets. Can I just pick your brain on your conversation with them? They had 50 grand last year. They asked for 30. We've come into this saying 15 over 2 years. Now it's 15 for this year, and perhaps next year we'll talk about it. Were they expecting 30? And can you just tell me how that's going to work with their, like they've expended money, the ball's rolling for this for 3 months' time?
Yep, so my conversation with the organisers of Meatstock is that they committed to this event pretty much as soon as the event happened last year. I guess this event will happen without council's sponsorship or assistance, but to entice them back next year and subsequent years, given the fact, and this was in the conversation, there are other regions and they would be our direct competitors, surrounding regions that are chasing this event. If council didn't support it, then they may be more open to those areas. The conversation did go that they are very happy with Toowoomba. They're very happy with the facilities that are offered in the region. But I guess if there's a financial enticement to go somewhere else, it may be, closer to their customers, because there are quite a few that come out of Brisbane, southeast Queensland. Then, they may be open to offers, but they are certainly happy with our region at the moment. I think they'll be not overly thrilled with 15,000, but they'll be happy enough that council is showing some support, and that I can relay the conversation around the council chambers that we are willing to work with them next year. I guess there was we have had some change of staff, so there was a bit of delay in some of the reports coming to council, and then the subsequent sponsorship application from the Meatstock organisers. If for next year, we'd certainly get them to apply June, July, as opposed to November, December, which was probably a delay that come through from our office. Does that answer your question, Councillor McMahon?
It does, thanks very much, but that sort of highlights, are we doing all we can to keep them, or is our office delaying anyway? Thanks for your comments.
I might just add an additional comment to that. So it's worth noting that in addition to the returns to the community in the region last year, which were in excess of $3 million, we do get those essentially advertising or marketing benefits as a sponsor, and that includes the branding on festival marketing, invitation for the mayor and councillors to open events, hand out trophies, on-site stalls, and then the option of that stall space at those other events. So in terms of an advertising package, $15,000 may represent very good value for money.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm happy to move it with that. With the new bit of, we've got a bit of a blend there. Wendy, I note. Yeah, happy to move at those top three.
Councillor Summerfield? Seconded. Councillor McDonald has moved, Councillor Summerfield has seconded, and it's there before you. Could I take those in favour, please? It's carried without dissent. Councillors, it's about 12:30 and I have to leave, so.
Mayor, just on this with the, I wanted to leave it until it had been decided, but with the sponsorship agreement, I think it was the case that last year, not all councillors received that invitation to attend, and it would be kind and courteous if all councillors received that invitation this time.
So Tony, you'll be able to handle that, get onto them and... Councillors, do you wish to break for lunch? Those in favour of breaking
Move
for
to
lunch?
adjourn, yeah.
Sorry?
I'll move to adjourn for...
Adjourn for lunch,
for an
for
hour.
45 minutes?
45 minutes.
1:15. Those in favour? Mover,
Carry.
Councillor
Councillor
Shine has seconded that. Those in favour? That's carried. in the afternoon session. Begin the afternoon session. Of course, we move to item 12.7, which is the Toowoomba Carnival of Flowers 2022 event report. Now, some of you may have seen some of the figures that have come out in respect to the event. 60,000 people lined the streets, which is pretty amazing. But there was an increase of 28% in the number of people who came to town, 364,775. And there were 121,000 overnight stays. So 22.6 million into our economy. So what a great legacy the Carnival Flowers are to this community, and somebody who's making a major contribution is our Carnival Kate. So Kate, over to you.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The Power of the Flower has again provided Toowoomba Regional Council. Sorry about that. The Power of the Flower has provided Toowoomba Regional Council with some astounding results again for 2022. It was an interesting year as a coordinator trying to wrangle the lack of supply, labour, and also the carnival COVID spikes that we like to call them that kept coming at us during last year. We got everything delivered. It was a pretty hard work to get it done, and so when the results came through on the attendance and the actual economic impact that we've been able to deliver, the team were pretty happy overall, to say the least. I'd like to take the report as read and ask for any questions.
Councillor Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Thanks very much for the report, Kate. Page 2, when we are talking about attendance, I read the report and I was thinking, how do we measure how many people are going into Queen's Park of a day? Because there's all these entry points. I don't see people with clickers. Are they there? And I just don't see them. How do we measure that?
We're using technology, so there's actually cameras that we've got programmed and using the technology of counting heads pretty much, working throughout. There's a line that we put on a camera system, so we have in and out and we average that out. So we can actually do a back to an hourly and quarter hourly if we have to, quotes of what's actually in the park, which is amazing for us, so we know when we need to put extra cleaners on, or, you know, if rubbish, we can actually see that in real time.
Oh, that's especially with the rubbish and that sort of stuff. That's so good to know. I had no idea. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further questions? Surely, Councillor Tim.
Surely, Councillor Tim? Or
Yes,
surely
no, I'm surely there will be more questions, and I ran Councillor Tim straight into that subject. Okay.
All right, Chair, I know what
You're on.
Thanks, Kate. Festival of Food and Wine, I thought was tremendous. I was there enjoying it, and I thought, geez, there's a lot of people here. It was interesting to read in your report that numbers were up 100 from last year, but down on your projections. So could you just talk me through your projections? And, you know, I noticed in the report it said things like fuel costs maybe, but fuel wouldn't really be the biggest inhibitor to coming maybe, but love your thoughts.
We sort of have a bit of a glass ball moment every year when we like to set our projections in line with budgets, and we look at what the world's doing. So is COVID happening? You know, where the economy's at? Are they, you know, looking at slumps in different areas? So we sort of set that about now every year, and so it's a long time until September. And again, last year we actually had a COVID spike going into July and August, so that really affected us. And I suppose the fuel prices are really about travel for the lower socio demographics that we target. So those people that aren't affluent, feeling that they can do an overnight stay, that we want to capture just for that random quick, you know, day trip from the coast or from Brisbane, the fuel really plays to that market.
Sure. Like I tend to think, yes, there was some COVID around, you know, September last year, but my reading of that is most people are like, look, there's an event I can go to, let's go. So anyway, I think Festival of Food and Wine was a great part of Carnival. Like to see it continue, but yeah, interesting to see your projections on numbers for this year. Thanks.
Thanks, Tim. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Congratulations, Kate, and your team. Through you, Mr Mayor, was a great carnival. Absolutely amazing, I thought. I think everything was enjoyable. The food and wine Saturday night was huge, Sunday night not so, but the weather played a role there as well. But, and we've talked about how there was not, and you said it was hard to get them, things for families, you know, like just chips and ice cream and things like that. But my major disappointment was the Tipsy High Tea, and I know that you'll be all over that, and I know that I've spoken to you about that as well, and perhaps it's nothing, you know, I don't know, but I think after being to the one last year, which was just amazing, and I kept telling everyone how amazing it really was, and this year there were so many disappointments, but I'm sure you'll work through that. So just congratulations, a lot of work, crazy, I know, for probably 3-4 months. So I think our community can be very proud of the carnival. Thank you. And I think I agree with Councillor Tim. I think after the COVID years and things, people just, we're very fortunate in, I think, almost any reasonable event that's put on, people just want to get out there. They want to go to something. And that's really wonderful. It's created a great vibe. Thanks.
Are there any further comments around the room? Councillor Shine.
Just a question, if I could. You indicate that the event attendees were up 28%, and the overnight stays generated 121,000 odd. Do you know what increase that might have been, the overnight stays, if any?
Overnight stays actually went down. The overnight stays for 2021 was 130,000, and last year we generated 121,000. And that drop is purely because we generated more day trippers. So in 2021 we had about 29, just under 30,000 day trippers. Last year we were able to achieve 66,000 day trippers. So that definitely, you know, the ebb and flow, because as soon as I saw that figure, I kind of went, oh, what's happening there? Because our attendance is up so high. So it's just the, you know, the ebb and the flow of the day trips and the overnights.
It's a question, you put it down to different ways of targeting, that the day trippers were higher than the overnighters on this occasion. What sort of targeting do you adopt, and in terms of the variation, in terms of what you're trying to achieve?
We always market for an overnight stay. That's the high value traveller that we want to attract to our region. If we can attract overnight stays, we've then got them eating, sleeping, enjoying here for longer than a day trip. So we always market to an overnight stay, and we know that we'll then be able to provide day trippers with many options.
Any further comments around the room? Councillor Carroll.
Sorry, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a short and quick one. A lot of the community have said to me with the food and wine, should we have music in there, because it's a music festival as well, not so much with the big bands, but with a lot of our locals through the day and leading up to that. So just leave that with you, that's all. I don't know whether we need to include music in that, because if somebody's looking at it, they don't really realise, I guess, if they're from away, that there's live music there.
Thank you for that. We actually included, it was half and half for local performers at festival this year. So all the daytime program up until the lead acts, which is the last 3 acts of the night, were actually the only externals we had this year. So yeah, we can easily up that marketing. That's easy.
Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a second question before, but I forgot, so I'll circle back. Kate, with regards to, I think, the culture broader than Carnival of Flowers is that a lot of people are struggling to get volunteers. Now, we saw it with the Christmas lights, where there seems to be a lot of, you know, smaller committees in the community struggling to get president, you know, treasurer, all of those roles filled. And I know that from your report, volunteers at Carnival was something that maybe caught you by surprise, but was a bit of an issue. I know I shouldn't speak for my colleague Councillor James, who isn't here, but I know he spent a lot of his time up helping out on the info hubs and things, because volunteers were in short supply. Also shout out to, in your report, the Flexi School, who gave some lovely students and staff and a lot of volunteers. And importantly, there are some tremendous council staff who work here and volunteer for Carnival as well. It's great to see the guy that fixes my computer greeting me with my ticket at Food and Wine, for example. But just in general, volunteers, is there a strategy to try and maintain volunteers in line with the social climate volunteers are rather hard to come by.
To be honest, we don't know what to do with our strategy at the moment, just within the sentiment of people coming out of COVID and what they're willing to provide back into the community and what they see as community, their input back into the community, whether that be a donation of dollars, a donation of time. Some people are finding it just easier if they've got the dollars to throw the dollars at it. So we, at the moment, are looking through lots of different strategies, and we're working with different organisations to look what's working for them as well. We're just trying to sort of ground truth where everyone's at the moment. We know that people, when they do volunteer with us, they love it and they're happy to do multiple shifts. So we just need to capture that and look at how we can get more of those people. And that's through all different age groups too, which is really interesting for Carnival. It's a bit odd, you know, that we've got all different age groups happy to come and volunteer with us, which is a bit different to other activations that council runs.
Fair on. Yeah, and it might change by September, but something to be aware of. Thanks, Kate.
Councillor McDonald, do you have a comment?
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you. Through you to Kate, congratulations to your 3.5 dedicated team doing what they do. The Carnival has always had that opportunity to create something new, and then it becomes embedded in our annual psyche, if you like, and private enterprise sometimes picks that up. I just wonder whether TR Eats is one of those that could celebrate the 4 seasons and 4 reasons across our broader region, you know, the pubs in our regional centres and cafes and what have you. Is there any thought through your, and I know your title isn't just Carnival Flowers Coordinator, it's now tourism as well. Is there any thought about progressing that into a program for the 4 seasons?
We love it when people steal our ideas. So, you know, we do talk to a lot of different people that, you know, do have the capacity to take this on. And I think it's just a little bit, probably a little bit more ground truthing. If we can maybe do another year or so, just to show those strong results of what the region can generate, it'll be a really attractive process for someone else to pick up. It's interesting how many other regions have actually picked up this for themselves, and whether it be tourism organisations, Chamber of Commerce, or just different, you know, businesses that have seen it as a bit, you know, something that's going to really work for their region. They've taken it on board. So, yeah, we're open to people taking this and doing something with it if they really see the approach of it.
Just another one, if I could, Mayor, through you to Kate, noting that interest is out now for people to get involved with Carnival from the different sections of Carnival. 75th anniversary, 2024, and the Adelaide Christmas pageant seems to always be aired, albeit at a different time of the year. Fantastic footage and promotion of Adelaide and promotion of what it is. Is there any thought, or could there be any discussion about perhaps a major carrier actually broadcasting the longest running Carnival of Flowers parade?
We definitely have had those discussions, and it comes down to partnerships and costs really at the end of the day. To do a telecast is big dollars, so we'd have to find some pretty significant partners to help us do that.
Are there any further comments around the room? I note, Kate, that on the 27th of April you'll be unveiling this year's Carnival.
That's correct. We'll be having a media call, and the website will be all fresh and ready to go with all of the details for this year.
Very good. Any further comments around the room? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of that report, please? Councillor McDonald and Councillor Von Hoff, those in favour? That's carried. Very good. Now we move, councillors, to item 12.8, which is the civic building project options assessment, and Hugh, and can I also welcome Bob Ashford, who's project manager. So over to you, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have an item before council today of some significance. It proposes the progression of council's civic building project. Essentially what this report does is it provides some clarification and a proposed way forward around council's decision of December 2021, and the detail is contained in that report. And additionally, it it recommends that we proceed with effectively what is the first part of the procurement for the design, which is an expression of interest process, and that detail is also in the report. I note we have from Project Services the item author and the project manager, Bob Ashford, here, so thank you, Bob, and we note the report and happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for you or Bob or anyone else in the room? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. And noting through you, Mayor, through to Hugh or to Bob or Andrew, whomever would like to answer this, noting that the attachments 1 through to 7 are confidential, I don't propose to dig deeply into that other than to make or ask a broader question, and particularly around for councillors in relation to page 851, and it is attachment 2, but it's more about a general question in regard to timing of this project, which I don't believe necessarily needs to be a confidential discussion, but timing of the project, and then importantly with in regard to the not only the timing but then the financial implications over that time, if Queensland Treasury has been engaged in this early phase, or is that at the next step? And perhaps it's a question through to the acting CEO and the GM of Finance and Business as well. But if I could start, Mr. Mayor, through to Hugh, and he can deflect where need be.
Yeah, certainly I can provide. I'll look to Anne-Marie, in fact, if she wanted to provide more further detail in relation to the overall operating position implications. But this project has certainly been modelled in the Capital Works program, and the timing of our request to go to expression of interest is reflective of the money we've allocated in the proposed 23-24 Capital Works program, and we've certainly modelled it into our projections. But I invite Anne-Marie to provide further comment.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. When we modelled in the dam safety project, so the significant challenges for council, the Charlton Sports Park and the Civic Administration building were in the 10-year plan at that time. So at that time, the work we did with Queensland Treasury Corporation, we included those 2 significant projects just to ensure our sustainability and viability over the coming decade, to include those significant projects. What is really important, though, will be to stay within the parameters of our sustainability framework. So that is, if a decision is made to proceed with the civic building, that some of other nice to have or even business as usual or renewal projects may need to be deferred or pushed out. So we need to be mindful that when we're adopting the Capital Works program, that we're adopting the program keeping in mind flood recovery works that need to happen, but that the civic building has most definitely been modelled in at the dollars that are, I don't think, not quite what the dollars are here. So we've seen with the prices going up, so that's a body of work we need to do. 24-25 and 25-26 will be the greatest strain on council's budget. So we just need to look at the timing.
Yes, a quick follow-up, if I could, through you, Mayor, to Anne-Marie. So through the passage of time, you mentioned around the proposed or the budgeted amount for this particular project, but would it be fair to say that the budget amount for the other projects you've mentioned, the dam safety, Charlton Sports Park, and indeed the Mount Kynoch, will have all changed as well in that time?
That's correct. Yeah, and we're very much aware of the pressure and stress really on costs at the moment, on the labour market and on the materials market.
It was indicated as well, and it's a very good point, if I could, Mayor, around the labour market and contractors and what have you, given Inland Rail, given new hospital and other things that will happen through the course of time. So I guess my question was more around, and you've answered it, we've spoken to Queensland Treasury Corporation, the timing of delivery of this may well change as we mature closer to the final quantified design. Would that be reasonable?
So as the costs come through, we will model those costs into our financial framework to ensure that councillors are kept up to date with every single iteration of those costs.
That's great. Thank you. If I could, Mayor, another question. I'm happy to go to someone else if they're, if not.
Got one more after you, but you have your question now, please.
Okay, well, the question, and it refers to page 920 in the report, which is, again, confidential attachment 3. It's one of those things that I would question whether it needed to be confidential, this element of it, but effectively what I'm suggesting for councillors to consider is a slight change. Well, it's not slight, it is a change to the motion to show a clear intent from this council to ensure that the building, the allowance for the ESD, the Sustainable Design Principles, is included at this time, rather than be one of those things that we discuss down the track. So include the allowances for that. And the second element I'd like included is that allowance for public art and or artwork be included as well at this stage, because we've had some learnings. Well, the reason for number 3, and Wendy, if you could put that up on the screen when you get an opportunity, the reason for number 3 is that we will have no choice, really, building a new building. But importantly, I think we have a great opportunity to actually connect the civic square, civic area, with the design of this building, but also showcase the fact that we are the Garden City. And so this design should actually talk to, the green infrastructure. It should talk to the new design elements and what have you. So that's the reason for number 3. And number 4, we've had learnings through a variety of projects, be it the Toowoomba City Library, be it the Highfields Library, be it even Russell Street with an upgrade and return of requests for increase in public art funding. So I'd like Council to consider those 2 elements to be added to the motion as items number 3 and 4, and then number 3 becomes number 5.
Skip that up then. We can just get that up there now. Number 3 become number 5. That's in accordance with section 228. Yep, okay.
Thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Mayor. That's my final question and consideration there.
Okay, thank you. Hugh wishes to make a comment?
Just a comment, Councillor Jeff. I don't disagree with your proposal. The only thing I would note is the original project principles, which still apply to this. One of those project principles is sustainability at all levels. That would reflect, and there's detail in that. I believe it's page 958 in our documents, but it talks about sustainability at all levels being one of the core project principles, and certainly a guiding principle in the design and delivery of this project. So certainly that's something on everyone's minds.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just following on from Councillor McDonald, with the art gallery, we are a regional art gallery with no available storage. I was actually up at the Stanthorpe Regional Art Gallery on last Friday night to launch an exhibition up there. Their gallery is in the same position as us, and it's with the library, but it's closed, and they're spending over 54 million on it, and their exhibitions are actually over in the Civic Centre at the moment, which they've done up quite well. But I just wanted to mention that because I think as a regional gallery, we really need to be looking at what we provide, and part of that is to increase our collection as appropriate, and we actually can't do that. I heard the regional director say that, she could only buy a painting this big because they couldn't have room to store one that was bigger. So I don't think that that's an ideal situation to be in. But my original comment is that I'd implore my colleagues, it's never easy to spend money on an administration building. This is not about us, this is not about councillors, this is about our staff who've been working in broom cupboards and in terrible positions for many, many years, looking forward to this. So we talk about our staff in this room so many times, And this is a consideration we actually, with you, if you, I know we're not debating building the building because we've already said that we've committed to it, but at the end of the day, what we spend on our old buildings as opposed to what that does to improve staff amenity and productivity, it doesn't stack up. So I think that I commend the team for all the work they've done on this, and I'd just like to see, I support most of those comments that you made, but I'd just like to see us move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Nancy, you have a comment to make, and then Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Look, fully understand where Councillor Jeff's coming from, and I'm sure most of us around the table support it, but I just wonder about process in relation to budget, how that works in. Are we sneaking that in, or should that be proposed to be considered when we're considering the budget? I'm just not sure about the process of what we're doing here. We talked about this before when and dare I mention, it could be ISG might come in and say, well, we've got to fix this road, and we say, well, no, you've got to wait for the budget review process. And so I just wonder whether we're doing the right thing here with this one. I fully agree that they need to be considered, the art gallery, not the art gallery, the ESD and the artwork, but I think I'm not sure that we're doing the correct process here. That's all, and I'd like that to be thought about and advice, please.
Any comments in respect to that?
I could make a comment, Mr Mayor. In my experience, Councillor Summerfield, with some of the other like projects that we've done, if we can call that, although maybe not at the same scale and quantum, but the City Library, Highfields Library, and those sorts of items, the design process is very iterative and requires lots of consultation with yourselves. And probably on some of those projects we hadn't considered the sustainability, the ESD initiatives, and it started with a base budget and then started to try to incorporate those initiatives thereafter, and the budget changed as we went along. We had to decide, I guess, to put it bluntly, we had a bit of a shopping list of in or out. I think a lot of those projects, the City Library, for example, probably commenced about a decade ago, and probably expectations around sustainability has probably changed over that time. So starting the project with an understanding that we do want to try and look at environmentally sustainable design and other opportunities to be sustainable gives us some direction for the project to include those sorts of things. And again, that'd certainly be workshopped with council. And I think when we've looked at them in the past, we've looked at return on investment type metrics as well as others. So an investment up front saves whole of life cost in regard to might be energy consumption and other things like that. So I think it allows us to take away that desire from council, if that is the desire of council, to provide a green building. And probably the same for the artwork. It's much easier I think we can do it more economically and more efficiently if art is incorporated into the building itself rather than thought of as an add-on. There'll be lots of opportunities and gateways for council as this project progresses. All we're committing to today is the detailed design. There's another gateway for council then thereafter, once that design is done and new cost estimates updated.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Sorry, Councillor Carroll, I've got...
I just wanted to respond to that if I could. I think we all agreed that we support those things. It's just the only question I'm asking is this the right place to do it, or should we be looking at it differently? Because we do have these numbers in here on page 851 in the board books, which will change as a result of adding these. And so what I'm saying to you is, should we be doing it now, or should we be doing it at BR2 or whatever process we need to take? And I'm asking, I don't know, but I just wonder, by adding these, we do impact the budget, and we have budget figures quoted in the report. Are we following the correct process in adding them now? And if we are, well, fine, I'm happy to support it. But if we're not, then I think we need to follow due process. That's all I'm asking.
So I think the biggest impact that these inclusions will have won't be on the design stage that we're committing to now, would be on the construction and delivery stage. So we can do that next body of work in such a way that potentially presents the two options in parallel to council. Here it is without their other initiatives, and here it is with those initiatives included, and you can make your decisions at that point in time. I think this is just giving us some direction around the design stage.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, you indicated you may have a question for Nick.
Yes, no, well, I
I'll
wanted
put-
to follow
put
on
you
from
ahead
what
of
he's saying
Councillor
about the energy efficient 5-star building. I was part of a group with LGAQ that went and had a look at the Energex building out there near Gasworks. It's a 5-star, and this is probably left behind with some of the newer requirements, but it's a 5-star environmental building, and they can measure the productivity, and they have, and amenity equals productivity increase from the staff. And also in the days that we're going through, and I believe they're going to get worse, it helps us to become an employer of choice when there are other options out there. So I totally support that, and I think it's a no-brainer not to do it, as well as the savings we make. But as far as staff are concerned, amenity breakout areas and those sorts of things, a natural light coming into a building, it's all been measured. We're not reinventing the wheel here, and you can measure what comes out of it. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shine, you have a comment?
No, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to 3 and 4 above there, but in particular to public art in 4, around about 20 years ago, the state government brought in a policy that with respect to state buildings, new state buildings, 1%, I think it might have been higher percentage would be allocated for the purposes of public art. And I don't know if that's still a policy of the government, but that then ensured that it did occur. At the moment, looking at that, it's a little bit vague, isn't it? That allowance for public work being included. That could be, $100 or it could be up to 1% or higher. So I was just wondering whether there's any appetite to put a percentage on it in line with what apparently worked well in the past for the government.
Comment here?
Thank you, Councillor Shine, and I am aware of that policy, and I believe it still is in place, and I understand other local governments and other authorities do have that type of policy. I don't believe we have that here. I understand your concern, but if I was to echo our acting CEO's comments, this decision isn't necessarily, doesn't need to be a catch-all. There are a number of different whole points and discussions back with council through this process that councillors will be able to have input into. So there will be budgetary discussions as we set our capital works over the course of the project, and there will be design and consultation discussions. So I guess from my perspective, noting it and including it as a project priority is on face value a good thing, but it doesn't necessarily have to be as prescriptive as maybe as what you're describing, perhaps.
Thank you. Just on another point, but it might have been addressed by Anne-Marie before, and without referring to the particulars of the confidential part of the briefing, is she comfortable that the prospective cost of the project going into 2028 before it's completed, I think, that we have the ability to borrow funds for this project along with the other projects that were mentioned in the brief, like the dam repair work or additional work and other substantial projects that we've committed to as well.
Anyone wish to comment on that? Anne-Marie?
Sorry, General Manager Anne-Marie didn't quite hear the question, but effectively it's similar to the question I asked earlier, so I don't know that you could probably elaborate any further. Yeah, but
I guess
ask it
it's,
again.
I guess it's all about whether we have the capacity to deliver it financially.
Yeah, bearing in mind the other projects that were mentioned before as well, to borrow.
Yeah. Nick will comment on that.
Can probably make comment if you like, and Anne-Marie might help me if I need it. Given the current market conditions that we all understand and these escalating costs around construction, I think it's something that we need to keep a watching brief on all of these projects, and with a eye to our sustainability and financial affordability going forward. And we would need to deal with those items and review them on at least an annual basis as we're preparing capital works budgets, and we need to have an open mind to some of the timeframes around some of these things and the timing of delivery. So I think it's very difficult to answer your question. The specific question you asked was, are we confident that we'll have the ability to borrow to deliver all these projects? With the way that, like I said, this market is changing, understanding what that total quantum might be might mean that, yes, we do have confidence that we can deliver the projects. We might just have to have a look at the time frames over which we deliver those. So we've got some levers to pull in terms of timing of things like the sports park and potentially this project. So that's our opportunity, I think.
I accept that, but as I understand it, there's a limit imposed by Queensland Treasury as to the amount that we can borrow, and it just seems to me that that might well be not too far away.
I don't think so. I think we're well within our borrowing capacity. These projects are being provided to QTC, and they're well within our borrowing capacity and our financial parameters.
Sorry, Councillor. So at the moment, with the latest financial modelling, our maximum debt capacity was 300 million. So when we consider what that actually means for us as an organisation, is our ability to repay that loan. So we pay the interest and the principal on an annual basis. So as interest rates are rising, that impacts our, what we have to pay every year. That directly impacts our P&L. So if we look at our sustainability parameters, they are to have an operating surplus every year. That means we want to keep that. It's around 10 million a year. We don't want to be paying too much interest. But also it's how we're funded. So we're really funded. 82% of our income is from our ratepayers. So it's all of those variables. It's the cash that we have in the bank. It's how much growth there is in our region that's funding the ratepayer dollar that comes into the organisation that gives us the capacity to pay back debt. And it's that modelling that we continue to do. So every time every time we go out to market and we get the actual costs of these projects, we will continue to do that modelling, and that may mean that some of the projects get pushed out.
Yeah, that's the solution if we reach the 300 million limit.
At this time, we have a limit of 300 debt capacity of 300 million. I think at the end of December, it's around 170 million at the 31st of December that we've borrowed. So you can see there's quite a bit of capacity within that, but we know our dam safety projects will put a burden on that, but we are paying off debt every year as well. So it's about balancing it.
Councillor Carl, you have a question?
Just comment, if I may, Chair. And Anne-Marie's triggered a few thoughts for me, and I really do hope we've learnt from previous, and I say this very respectfully, from previous projects, and we're talking about sustainability. Here we see in the executive summary, we've got 3 separate locations of reoccurring operational expenditure year in, year out to house staff. And I do recall a period of time when I argued strongly for a multi-level library so that we wouldn't have operational reoccurring expenditure such as that. So I do hope when we look at, and I appreciate your comments, Nick, about the environment we're in now and how tough that is to predict and to be able to look at those project gateways as we move through. But when we look at our sustainability parameters, I appreciate it from an accountant's point of view, but sustainability parameters, 82% revenue from rates, surely we have to consider somewhere on the scale of importance and prioritisation when we build a shiny new button there are a whole range and host of sustainability measures that we need to take into account. I've mentioned one on a previous building. That will cruel us until we house staff in one place. So what I'm saying is sometimes short-term pain, long-term gain. So there's some of the things that I wouldn't like us to see and repeat some of those things when we're looking at genuine sustainability parameters from an organisational-wide point of view. It's just not about sometimes what our limits are of the day. It's what it runs into. They're the unforeseen costs. Well, they're not. They shouldn't be unforeseen, but they were at the time on that project that I mentioned. Anyway, I just really hope that we've got that sort of thinking in the mix as to if we're going to skimp on a project and yet have long-term, ongoing, reoccurring expenditure because just for the sake of thinking a little bit more innovatively. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I think that's a really good point that you make, Councillor Carl, and there's been, as you're aware, a number of options assessed in terms of the best option for delivery and provision of accommodation for our staff in the Toowoomba CBD. And there really is no do-nothing option for us. We've made decisions in the past committing to this course of action to construct a new facility because we understand through our options analysis and our business cases that is the most financially sustainable model for us versus updating, maintaining what we have and continuing to rent premises all over the CBD. So for a lot of reasons, not just financially, but certainly benefits around organisational culture and cohesiveness and all of those sorts of things, this option has been endorsed by you previously as being the best one to deliver. And it's easy to lose sight of that, I think, when we look at the large capital number for construction of a new facility. But if we don't do that, what do we do? And we need to go back to the previous business case if we weren't to continue to proceed.
I think this is the beginning of a journey, and there's no doubt there'll be some opportunities in there to modify or do what needs to be done, given different changing circumstances. So I think what we're looking at here today is a necessary first step. Councillor McDonald, you wish to speak?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, just in regard to item number 4, we're currently undergoing, this might hit to the query that Councillor Shine had, we're currently undergoing an art and culture strategy or policy around it. So what falls out of that might actually give direction to these bigger projects as well. So that's why I wasn't keen on putting anything in I was going to say, aligned with that strategy, but it's not done yet. So that's why I've just left it as it is. But I think that something for us to keep in mind when we're looking at that strategy, that could be one of the elements that comes in projects over X amount of dollars to include so and so. If there's no other questions, I'm happy to move it. Yeah.
Councillor McDonald has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor McMahon, you want to second it, or do we?
Happy to second it, Chair. But I think just to make a general comment, it's fairly easy to be a bit overwhelmed when we look at what's coming up on the expense book for this council for the next 10 years and some of the projects that we have, and this and Charlton Sport. Yeah, you're right, Carol. Good on you. This building, they've got Charlton Sports Park, got perhaps Milne Bay. We've got dam walls, water infrastructure. There's a lot on the expense book, and it's not an easy task to balance all those balls in the air. And I think when we look at the work Anne Marie's doing and our forward planning and all of that, I think concerning this project, it's very much time. And when we look at probably to agree with what was said by Nick, we've got stuff all over the place, and we've already considered this and pushed the green light in this project in a lot of means, but we've got our positions vacant at an all-time high, and perhaps the facilities that we offer for our staff need to be continually looked at. So it's a hard decision to make, but I think we need to stick with that. And while we're talking, there's a few other exclusions. I think I'm happy with what's been done around where council chambers is. I think we've got an art gallery. It's good, and we need to look for the art strategy and where that goes. And as well, there's a childcare centre and some work coming up today about that. So all that to say, very happy with the motion, happy to second. Thanks, Chair.
Right, I moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor McMahon. Anyone wishing to speak against the motion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Those in favour again? That's carried without dissent. Thank you. We'll move then to proposed lease of the Return Service League Australia's sub-branch in Toowoomba. And hand over to you, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks
Mayor.
everyone that's been part of that journey, previous matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We turn to a proposed lease to the RSL Services League of Australia Toowoomba sub-branch in relation to the recently refurbished Soldiers Memorial Hall at the corner of Ruthven and Herries. We have brought to you a proposed lease, which we're currently in discussion with the RSL sub-branch, and I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions in relation to it.
Are there any questions for the acting GM, Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. Hugh, I was a bit confused about what area they're leasing, because it's a two-storey building, and I looked at the maps and I don't know, I was confused as to what was going to be leased to them, and I also wanted to understand whether the rest of the areas that aren't being leased to them can be locked away so that they're two separate areas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Nancy, the proposed lease area you see before you on the screen is effectively, if I get my terminology right, it'll be the lower floor, which is basically there are some exceptions which are common areas which require access to access the upper floor. The design process, which actually predates both Andrew and I, that we went through, has effectively created two tenancies. The upper level and the lower level is separately metered. It contains both levels contain sufficient amenities, being toilets, kitchen facilities, meeting rooms, to effectively operate separately, and that has been the design intent of the process, which got us to this point. The other part of your question, I'm sorry, is can the other part be locked away? It can. It's not intended to be so. The proposal and the design intent is to make that area available to other. In the report, we've termed them like-minded groups. The building is heritage listed, so effectively the heritage aspect of this building is that it continues to be used for the support of veterans and legacy type groups, and that's certainly the intent that we want to proceed with. But the design process has effectively created two tenancies, and the lease reflects that.
Okay, thank you. So basically the whole of the lower level, except for your foyer and your lift area, will be leased out to the RSL?
That is the proposal. Yes.
Yeah. And so, but they would still be able to just jump in the lift and go up and use the first level as well, if they wanted to?
Yes, the proposed lease provides exclusive use of the area that you see shaded in orange there to the RSL, but it doesn't preclude them from using the other area, subject to it being available and no one else wanting to use it.
So they would have to apply for use of it? They couldn't just settle in?
I might ask Chris Theodosis also to come up, and he might be able to provide some specific advice in relation to that proposal. But the thought process is we've had since its opening and through the design process, I understand interest from other groups who would want to use that facility as well. So what we are proposing, and I might hand over to Chris for more detail, but a booking type situation. So groups that would want to use it have the ability to contact council. It would remain under council management to contact council and arrange a time to book that facility upstairs.
Yes, councillors, as Hugh has said, we propose to have a booking arrangement for upstairs. That would also include the RSL, even though they have exclusive use of the ground floor. We have a similar arrangement at the Crow's Nest RSL hall area. There's a couple of function rooms. The RSL need to book those additional rooms, even though they're a permanent occupant of the building. So a similar arrangement would occur here as well. So we can monitor who's using what rooms and when, and yeah, avoid double booking, all that sort of thing. So that would be the process. We haven't got the nuts and bolts of all that put together yet, but that's the intention.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, it's great that it is going to be available for community use, in particular aspects of returned soldiers who have done well for their country. I just wanted to make sure there was clarity that the RSL would be leasing one section of it, and the rest of it would be for use for other groups, because that has been an issue in the past. I'm led to believe that there's been restriction in who can access it, and the best of my knowledge, the building belongs to the people, and I'd like to think that the people get to use it, not just one group. Thank you.
Councillor Shine, then Councillor Carol Taylor.
No, thanks, Mayor. I think most of my interest has been addressed by you before. I take it the definition of like-minded is fairly, at this stage, pretty wide in your thinking as to what groups might, depends on who applies for a start. But in to my knowledge, there's a lack of space for a lot of community groups, and that demand should be pretty high, I would have thought. So, well done. How many rooms will be available for upstairs for community use? Half a dozen or so?
Well, there's a couple of large rooms. The two large rooms basically facing Ruthven Street, but we do have a small office which is good for consultation, just one-on-one. And then there's another sort of mid-sized meeting room and kitchen facilities, toilet facilities. Yes, in different sizes. So it'll cater for different numbers.
Councillor Carroll and Councillor Lesser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't in any way think that it's loose. I think the like-minded would relate to organisations like Legacy, War Widows, and things like that. My question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Hugh, has there been much consultation with the returned soldiers, with the RSL here about the lease? And I'm hearing lots of things back from them. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit emotional about this. I'm probably the only person sitting around this table whose father served and had terrible post-traumatic stress in the days before anybody ever knew that such a thing existed. And they had no help whatsoever, and families paid for that. And I need to point out that the RSL here has been renewed with a lot of young servicemen, which I think is a great step forward for our community. But they have the intention to provide counselling and other assistance to return service men and women as required going forward. And I don't need to point out, because it's in the paper every week, that the suicide rate's soaring amongst Defence Service people that are returning back to everyday life, and what assistance is being offered to them by the federal government is totally inadequate. So at this point, I understand that it's a business arrangement, but I think that we as a council and these people, we stand up there on Anzac Day, we stand there on Remembrance Day, we do all these things, but we forget that these people have given up their life, particularly the Vietnam veterans that were conscripted, and they've lost all their chance at their career that they may have wanted to have. But I just think that at some stage we talk about this as other people and they've done this and they need that and this hasn't happened in the past. We're talking about a very big group of people that are in our midst, and they've made enormous sacrifices for our way of life, and I think we need to remember that. The question is, have they shown satisfaction and any type of agreement with what's being proposed? Through you to Hugh, please.
I'll just hand over to Hugh for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The consultation with the RSL subgroup is ongoing. We have, and you would be aware, Councillor Carroll, of the discussions we have been having with them. There are a number of issues we're working through with that group. One of them primarily that we need to consider from council as an asset management perspective is the ongoing facility and asset management of that building. It is fair to say it is history on the record that the building over a period of time fell into disrepair. It is also, I believe, fair to say that in about the mid-2000s, the RSL group surrendered the lease, and that was primarily around their ability to maintain the building. And on face value, it is a heritage building. It's a significant building. And this is only the original section of that building. It is quite a costly, it will be quite a costly undertaking. And as referenced in the report, one of our strategies in regard to the ongoing management and to I guess, safeguard a significant community investment in this building is a strategy of not leasing the entire building to one organisation.
Not question that.
Specifically, the RSL have spoken to myself and Chris about their capacity to manage the amenities at the lower level, and I guess I guess the ability to maintain and man is not the right word, but to keep it open for access to the Hall of Memories and those things. And we're working with them, and we're working with them sensitively on that. It's probably fair to say that they also would prefer to have a little bit more unfettered access to upstairs. But we need to work through the process and understand what the interests of other groups are, and what in particular. One of the things that the RSL identified is the upstairs area has the small consulting room, and you quite rightly pointed out that and with the backdrop of the Royal Commission into suicides among returned servicemen as well, that's obviously a priority for them moving forward. So we would like to work sensitively with the RSL to maintain their presence. It's obviously of great interest to us that the RSL remain there, continue to make available the Hall of Memory for visitors and residents of Toowoomba. So we're working with them. The report refers to the fact that the consultation will be ongoing. But it is fair to say that there are still some elements that we would like to resolve. We understand, based on discussions, that their current agreement at Hume Street is due to expire. So I was particularly keen to achieve a resolution from council to allow them to consider that as that lease till that lease ends, which is in a couple of weeks, I believe. So our management of the RSL and our relationship with the RSL will need to be managed in an ongoing way.
Carol, just a brief comment. I've got two more people
Yes,
lined
if I could have a... Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't talk for very long, as you know. The sticking point really is about the cleaning and whatever, and I guess that I just wonder if it's possible for us to include our contractors and then charge them for it or something like that. Hugh, I have every confidence in your negotiations, but I think, I think that we need to bear in mind that they need to be brought there bit by bit. Thanks.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Hugh. I think you've actually already answered the question that I had. It was really about the Hall of Memory. I didn't know if the opening of that would be at the behest of the RSL, because I think it's really important for the community to have access to pay homage to those who have lost their lives for our freedom. So to me, that was a really important part of that building, that the community had access. So as long as, you know, we have some sort of, not control, but, you know, working with the RSL to ensure that that does occur. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Tim, you had a comment you wish to make?
Couple of questions, Chair, and my first was that around the Hall of Memories, say it properly. Goodness me. That was a good one. A lot of people said when this opened, you know, my relatives are in there, haven't seen those names in 30 years, so good to have it open. Hugh, just wondering if you could elaborate on part one of the recommendation. I'm a bit unclear about the exception under the local government regulation and what you mean by that. Could you just spell that out for me, please?
Yes, I can. What we're dealing with here is disposal of an interest in land, and the local government regulation 2012 identifies the giving of a lease, whether that be over land or a building or part of a building, represents disposal of interest in land, and we are able to exercise an exception. Normally we would have to go to tender or to expression of interest, but given the fact that we're dealing with a community group, we are able to exercise that exception under the regulation on the proviso that council resolves that it does. So that is the purpose of recommendation 1.
Brief comment, Councillor Carroll.
Comment, Mr Mayor, just for everybody's information, whilst ever the RSL has been open, the Hall of Memory has never been closed.
Yep, exactly. Okay, I think we've had a very good round table discussion there. Do you wish to say something else, Tim? No. Councillor Melissa?
I was just going to move it, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Melissa has moved. A seconder, please. Councillor Tim, the receipt of that report. Anyone wishing to speak against? Those in favour? Carried without dissent. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, everybody who's been involved. That's for Andrew and Chris. Now, Hugh, you're on again.
Yes.
Mothercraft Association, item 1210. Over to Hugh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This item requests council consider a proposed lease for the continuity of service and facilities to the Toowoomba Mothercraft Association. There is some differences in the way we would like to proceed on this basis. Without going into the specifics of the report, I'm happy to take it as read and answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Hugh? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, Hugh, if I could draw our attention to 1731 of Board Books under future planning. There's a sentence there. It is considered that resolving 10-year arrangements will provide certainty for Toowoomba Mothercraft to undertake future planning and will enable council to incorporate these considerations into future planning, most notably the civic building project and the Toowoomba City Centre Master Plan project. So this, what we're considering today, is but a step in further considerations. That's the case?
Yes, that is the case. Council would be aware of the recent information session where some of these matters were discussed in detail, but this lease arrangement moves them from what is effectively at the moment a year-to-year arrangement to a longer-term arrangement, which gives, I believe, council and Mothercraft sufficient certainty to move into other planning activities that relate to this and the two that you mentioned. So it is but a first step.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Hugh? Councillor Shine, then Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mayor. I've sort of raised with you my concerns about the viability of the Mothercraft organisation running this continue to run the service that they do, bearing in mind some of the report, or a report in the brief, which indicates that unless they increase from 77 to 120, that's a critical requirement for them to do that. And I'm just wondering, bearing in mind that if you Google how many childcare centres there are in Toowoomba, the result will be 50 or 55 or 35. Why there's a variation, but there's quite a few. And whether the renovations to the centre will automatically mean that there will be one space for an additional 40 odd children, or a desire for people to go there, will remain to be seen. Just wondering, I know this will be for 5, if not for 10 years, and it's a fairly competitive industry now, as I understand it, childcare. Whether there are any doubts about the viability of the organisation to be sustainable over that period of time. I have nothing against the organisation, Mothercraft, let alone motherhood generally, but I am concerned for their sake as well as council's, if bearing in mind that warning sign that has been briefed to us from accountants as to their ability to be sustainable into the future.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we could probably put your thoughts at ease, Councillor Carey. I guess when we talk about the ongoing sustainability of Mothercraft, it's not to suggest that currently they are unsustainable. In fact, they have sizable resources at the moment in terms of cash at hand and assets, which are probably in the order. I read their financial reports just recently of about 600,000. So in terms of their, I guess, any sort of concern about their operating margin or ongoing viability from that perspective, it's certainly not the case. Where we're effectively going with that comment, and thank you for allowing us to clarify, is that there are two issues here. Firstly, that as we understand, and it's been given, the direction's been given fairly clearly, that the ongoing access to childcare services within the CBD and probably further within the civic precinct was a matter of considerable importance to council as we move forward with those other things that are mentioned in the report. The bookings at the moment for Mothercraft, as I understand it, are relatively close to capacity. So their ability to take more people on, in terms of anyone who, for hypothetical sake, who might be a new employee to council, or a mother or a parent returning to work at council or as a CBD business, their ability to expand to cater for that demand is something that we needed to take into consideration given council's position on the matter. And secondly, their available resources at the moment is predicated on the basis that at the moment they are not paying a commercial lease fee, and that will have to, this process envisages a change to a commercial arrangement. So therefore there will be additional pressures on them potentially over the coming years to maintain that commercial fee and that return, as well as to continue to service them as well. So in that sense, the growth, the advice we got through this process is that generally to be an effective childcare centre in this context, you would need sort of 100 to 120 places, and that requires some growth. And that's why we've given that to you, because we're aware that council has concerns and has a particular position on the viability of the centre.
Okay. Councillor McDonald, did you have a question?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks very much. Thanks through you to Hugh. Thanks for the report. I just wanted to, if I could get a little bit more information on the determination of going from a community lease to commercial lease, and noting that you sort of bypass the Local Government Act for disposal because they're an existing tenant, noting that. But I just wondered around the determination of this, given that they are not-for-profit, irrespective of what line of work they're in, they are not-for-profit, and by definition they put that money back into the business, any surplus there is, which I think would be a good result for council if that were to be the case. Is there any other intent in the lease that would put more onus on Mothercraft to invest in the bricks and mortar of a refurbishment, or is that left to the owner of that building, which would be us?
Thank you, Councillor Jeff. I will actually seek some assistance from Chris in regard to the specifics of the commercial lease, but I would comment firstly that I guess when we consider, and the policy and the guidelines give us some consideration here, that we are looking at the activity rather than the organisation. And I think it's fair to say that over the time that Mothercraft have been in operation, child mining or childcare was very much a non-for-profit activity. And, you know, the sector has changed in that, you know, their commercial providers have entered the market, and you know, it's a fairly safe thing to say that the childcare sector now is a commercial sector. And that doesn't mean that non-for-profits don't operate in that sector, and in the same way, there are businesses that have you know, seek social outcomes as well. So that dynamic of being non-for-profit and for-profit and the sectors they're operating is changing rapidly. But we really look to the activity rather than the organisation type when we consider the appropriate lease. And if I could hand over to Chris in relation to the specifics of the lease moving forward.
Specifically with this lease, well, with any lease, there's opportunity for charging a commercial rental. It can be negotiated where the lessee may inject funds into the capital improvement of the building, and that can be possibly adjusted with the rental at the time that money is injected into the property. So that can be a benefit to council, but that is subject to negotiation and can be written at a high level into a lease document, and then year by year that would be looked at depending on what works are done on the property. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a cash rental charged, but we would look at that depending on what works are needed over a 10-year plan, which is the proposed term of that lease. So apologies.
Cost you a round of drinks.
Yes. So Chris, is that included in the proposed lease at this stage? That could be reviewed depending on how much capital is injected into the centre in a 12-month period, or whatever the case is?
Well, that's been discussed. Hugh and I have met with the Mothercraft representatives that were here at the information session. So we have talked about that generally, just verbally. But it can be written into a lease document, but as I said, more at a high level because you wouldn't know specifics so early on at this point. So that's something that Hugh and I would negotiate further with them as we go along. So, but I guess commercially, as Hugh said, the permitted use in the lease is a childcare centre. It's not a not-for-profit childcare centre. So it's the permitted use is sort of the bottom line as far as charging a commercial rental, and their fee structure is not necessarily the cheapest in town either. So it's not as if the fee structure is subsidised to an extent that our rental is subsidised. So that's all part of the reason to look at it. But the exemption for the calling of tenders comes back to the actual entity itself. So we were able to use that in the Local Government Act.
No, thanks. That's clarified. Good on.
Yeah, Councillor Carroll.
Mr Mayor, thank you for that, Chris, but I think we need to remember here that if that wasn't there, that we'd be looking at building, incorporating a childcare building into our civic building. Mothercraft, I believe, has been there certainly over 60 years, and I believe it's about 64 or 65. And, you know, I do remember when they came here, one of the things I took out of it is the fact that they haven't been able to strategise because they haven't had any surety about their tenure over there. They did also share with us that they have a waiting list, and included in that waiting list, I do believe that there were 5 council employees that were looking to get a vacancy over there. So I think all that needs to be taken into account as well. So, you know, I mean, actually, I think that for many I've spoken to who've put children through there, they're a childcare of choice, and they have great programs. And I think, you know, I'm not saying we shouldn't have the lease or anything like that, but I think perhaps that somewhere along the line we haven't done anything to that building either, and it's in a pretty poor sort of a state, and that's one of the reasons why they can't take. I think they've got about 12 on their waiting list, my understanding is, and they haven't advertised, so they've got 12 waiting, I think, and I think 5 of those are council employees' children. So, you know, I think when we say that they might be on the edge, I don't believe they are, and I think as we've heard, and probably we shouldn't have been sharing that, I guess, but at the end of the day, they probably wouldn't be in quite this position had they had the lease put in place when they first asked for it. Thanks.
You wish to make a comment, you?
Just acknowledging your comment, Councillor Carroll, that effectively they had 2, when Chris and I met with them, they had 2 main issues. Firstly was their, I guess, their lack of ongoing tenure, and secondly was council's responsiveness and, I guess, approach to facility management, because there are some things we need to do. So we feel from an officer level that this lease and the longevity allows for Mothercraft to better plan, and also allows for council to better plan with some certainty around in making sure the facility is fit for purpose.
Councillor Shine, you make a comment, and we might wind the discussion up if it's possible.
Yeah, no, sure. Just a question more than a comment. In the report on page 1731, it refers to the Toowoomba City Master Plan project. Just wondering how that impacts on the land on which this building is erected, if at all.
Councillor, the 2010 City Master Plan is currently a project in its own right, and that 2010 Master Plan refers to the land that is occupied as a government building. At the moment, the project has no plans to adjust what is existing, whether it's a project or a building, to change the use. If that answers your question, Councillor Jean.
I just presume that the plan sort of envisaged what the future might hold for that space there, and from what you're saying, there's no current intention to change the use, but in the long term, is it going to be open space, you know, parkland, or is anything like that being looked at this early stage?
Essentially, I refer to Jade, who is currently trying to appoint some vacancies in the principal teams who will be driving that project. Her advice at the moment is that the project does not look to change to the use of that area, and therefore we would be considering existing buildings, including Mothercraft building, to be retained as in that future master planning. Certainly, yes, absolutely.
Councillor Carl, you indicated a question? No, you're right.
No, the officer answered the way I was going to. There's many and varied stages of consultation and options that will present themselves.
Is there any new ground anyone wishes to go over before we put this motion? Councillor Carl? No. Councillor Carl, you're happy to move it? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Von Hoff. Those in favour? That's carried. Move then to the Department of Transport, Main Roads, Urban High Risk Road Project, Ruthven Street from James Street to Nelson Street. parking in the Nell E. Robinson Park. Looks like it might be your gig. What's the matter with you two? Just a private little joke? That's... Mike, over to you. We're doing item 1211.
Good afternoon, councillors. I thought I was loud enough at the best times. Apologies, councillors. Start again. So, good afternoon. And this report flows on from a report that came to council back in September last year in regards to an offer from TMR in regards to a project they are undertaking, the Urban High Risk Roads program, from Ruffin Street through James Street to Nelson. The response from TMR to the queries and council's resolutions of that September meeting are attached, and hopefully you've had that opportunity to read their letter of response. And I think overall they are trying to be quite considerate in regards to providing, achieving safety outcomes, which is the driver of their project, but also very mindful of the impact on the community in the different other ways outside the safety. So keeping in mind that this is a safety project, number one, and it's TMR's main thoroughfare from the south, New England Highway, I do believe that they've are striving to work with council quite well in getting a reasonable outcome. That said, as the report indicates, there is a bit of balance at the end of the day that has to be found, and so as the letter states, there is a choice for council to take some funding, the $500,000 that was made an offer, and put it to car parking within Nellie Robinson Park, or as they've indicated, they could put that funding to a level of widening of Ruffin Street through that section adjacent to Nellie Robinson Park, and providing a level of parking around approximately 30 places, parking spaces. So the recommendation goes through to support that after consultation, internal consultation. Council's project at this stage, because of increasing costs, has been, as I understand it, been postponed or deferred the internal parking, at least for a little while, and that will obviously depend on how council prioritises it within future budgets. That said, after internal consultation, we believe the taking up of TMR doing the extra parking on Ruffin Street would be the most advantageous long-term option in regards to parking that area. As noted, the other negative is there is a number of street trees that need to be removed to achieve that outcome. However, in discussions, appropriate level of landscaping replacement would be brought in as part of the project and done in consultation with council, and particularly our Parks and Gardens team in regards to the planting along that boundary of Nellie Robinson Park. The other element that council had some concerns with was the speed limit element, and what we're suggesting within the recommendations is just ensuring good high level of consultation with, or not consultation, but information, education to the community, both in regards to signage along that section of road, but, you know, in advertising the change as well. So councillors, that's a quick précis of the report that you've had in front of you. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Summerfield, you indicated a question, and Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike, for your report. I'm not sure that they've really come to the party, to be honest. They've got bigger pockets than we've got, but anyway, just putting that bit out there. I'd like to suggest an alternate motion, if I could, which would mean that looking at the current one, and sorry, Wendy, I haven't sent this through to you, so the beginning of it all the way through to point 2 would leave in place, but then in point 3, Council disagrees with the department's position regarding the proposed reduction in speed to 50 kilometres for Ruthven Street, James Street to Audley Street, and Council requests reconsideration of the position.
You wish to comment on that, Mike?
I just bring council's attention to page 1774, which is the first page of the letter from TMR and their second dot point. And the review of the proposed speed reductions between James and Audley. One of the key outcomes of this project, well, it is a key outcome, this is a state government initiative, obviously, is safety outcomes. The position is that if council wants to keep trees along Ruthven Street, which do impede view at many of the intersections there's 2 trees that have got to go in any case, and try to keep a 60 km/h speed limit, far more trees will go. Okay, this is the balance. The higher in trying to achieve the safety outcomes that are needed within our communities and desired. And I think what they are trying to do is find that balance. The traffic increases across our whole network over the years has been quite significant. Even in my time here, we've gone from a 50% increase in traffic signals across intersections across this city. You know, from 80 to over 120. That just gives you an indication of the increasing of traffic that's happening across our whole city. I think we've got to adjust our thinking in regards to speed and how this will be seen. And I think what they've tried to achieve and what they've explained in that was the reconsideration. This reconsideration of speed was asked for at the September outcomes, number 5, which was requested the department to review the proposal to reduce the speed limit in Ruthven Street from 60 to 50 between James Street and Audley Street. So we've already requested them to do that. They've come back and given us their answer, and they have given due consideration to it. We might not, in some cases, like their answer, but ultimately it's their road.
So thank you for that, Mike. But however, have we considered the impact on Hume Street and West Street? Because people are not going to use Ruthven anymore, they're going to go to West and Hume. Because nobody wants to do 50 on a 2-lane broad road like that, have to turn around and do 50. To me, this is just mummifying us. It's over-governance, and it's just the flow-on impacts of this should not be ignored, because that's where the traffic's going to go, Hume and West. And at the moment, I often do Hume because you avoid the traffic lights and you get all the roundabouts. So more and more people are going to do that, and we're going to have to then turn around and upgrade our intersections on the likes of Hume and West, and there'll be no funding for that. There'll be no help because it's our roads. So, you know, let's not be too quick to think, oh no, let's stick to whatever TMR say. The impact for us as a council gets a flow-on effect if we agree to this.
You wish to comment on that, Councillor? Mike? I have other questions lined up.
Yeah, look, that's one view, and I'll credit that. It's a view that could be seen, but I don't believe that that would be a significant impact onto our network. People going along the New England Highway to go north and south, generally speaking, that's the generally shortest route to where they're going, and I think if you look at the 85th percentile speed limit through there, particularly through the busy hours, it's well under 60. Thank you.
Councillor Von Hoff, you got your hand up. Oh.
It was a question, Mayor, if I might. Thank you. Through you to Mike. Mike, thanks for this. So when this came to us back in September of last year, it was one that really just got across the line. I think it was 6-5 or something like that. And there was a lot of debate about whether or not our community was getting a good deal in this arrangement, and the argument that won the day and won my vote on that day was that basically our relationship with TMR is long, and we want to have an ongoing relationship with them, and that it was almost, the argument was made that they were demonstrating goodwill with what they'd come to us with. And that decision in September is on page 1754 of Board Books. Reading this, I'm just, can you explain to me, Mike, has there been sort of a walking back in TMR's position from what they originally came to us with, or is this more taking into account and reprioritising the trees and the speed limit aspect of it? I just need a bit of clarity to how we've gone from where we were at September, which in my thinking was actually the end point of our negotiations, to where we are now.
Yeah, so from September, obviously we wrote back to them and indicated council's outcome from that September meeting, and asked them to take on council's points and go back and reconsider those points from September within their project team and through their district director to respond accordingly in due course, which is that attachment to the letter of the 9th of December from TMR. And I think their letter explains reasonably well what they're trying to do and how they're trying to take on board council's points of concern. One was around the seasonal impact of the netball season. So they will do that as far as construction through that space to mitigate that as much as they possibly can. So to ensure southbound works between Casey Street and Hannah Court are scheduled outside this period. So they are striving to work within that. The next one, they give a quite a reasonable and lengthy explanation of why they've gone from 60 to 50. And I think they've tried to explain that fairly well there. And then the issue around the loss of car parking and their budgets, and you may have seen a recent report on TV, was on TMR budgets across the state on major projects. Everybody is being significantly impacted on the cost of major projects across Queensland. It doesn't matter whether it's across Australia, across the world. So their budget for this project is definitely on being stretched, and they are at a point where they've made what is outside normal policy parameters a $500,000 contribution to council, or they've put on the table that if we want to try to keep some parking on Ruffin Street through that section, they'll do that instead. And there's a lot of work to achieve that parking and widening you're basically putting an extra lane on the road along there. which is doesn't come cheap, particularly with the relocation of services and utilities and footpath and the like. And we'll work to them to mitigate that. But it is I think, a reasonable response from Team R in trying to address council's concerns. We may not agree with their points of view, and that's reasonable too. But at the end of the day, I think what's on the table's being considered internally by senior officers within council, and we think it's reasonable.
A follow-up, if I could, Chair. Thanks for that, Mike. I understand what you said there, but I guess it doesn't quite go to the nub of my question. I'm not being adversarial towards TMR by any stretch. I'm just trying to understand that there seems to be a misalignment with what we came to them with and what they have then come back to us with, and you know, their argument seems to be the funding, the current market conditions and the available funding is the wording that they use in that letter. But we're subject to those same market conditions and constraints with our funding as well. And I want to make sure that we haven't shifted even further from our original hard-fought negotiation point when both parties are under the same set of conditions, and the argument has always been, well, they don't have to do anything, and I think that is a valid argument. But is this a sort of a fierce negotiating technique, or is this totally reasonable? And do you understand what I'm saying? There's been a misalignment, and are we just the ones sort of copying it? Or should we be pushing back against it because there is some goodwill that has been expressed from both parties, and perhaps there's more that Toowoomba Regional Council can leverage in this conversation?
It's probably more your second, if I understand your thinking here. You mentioned, and I can't quite remember what I may have said back in September, but it is a long-term relationship that we have with Team R in regards to the development of our transport networks around the city, okay? And so we work together to try to achieve the best outcome for the community. They live here, their personnel live here. They want to see the city prosper. They want to see our drivers safe on the road network. And what has happened in recent years, both at the federal and state level, has been a very clear position to improve safety on our road networks, okay? There's been a lot of discussions at the federal level about a lot heavier investment in road safety. The Minister next week is having his roundtable in what we can do. And this initiative under the Urban High Risk Roads project, that's not dissimilar to how the Black Spot program has been developed. It's only a few years old within TMR. So these projects come up through the districts putting in their priority projects that meet certain criteria of the safety issues that they've had. And so this project is ranking very highly in that across the whole of the state. And that's why funding is coming to Toowoomba for this particular project. It's not just a blanket a lot of money that goes to our district or whatever. They had to put in a competitive funding bid internally within TMR against other not dissimilar initiatives across the state. So they are striving to improve the safety on our road networks, and I think that's what their project's about. The consequence of that, in achieving that, means around the edges we are dealing with the safety versus convenience issues, safety versus impact on trees, safety versus these other community things, and it's trying to get that balance, that reasonable balance. I think if you call it a particular negotiation point, they understand council wants street trees. They understand council wants to sort of be pragmatic when it comes to speed limits and different things like that. But they also are trying to balance that with the safety outcomes they're trying to achieve.
Okay, look, I've got 4 people lined up here to speak, and Councillor Shine, you're next, followed by Councillor Carl.
Yeah, no, very quickly, because I think Mike touched on.
And you're in, yep.
Touched on it. I was just wondering whether it was feasible to look at taking the 500,000 and doing the car parks and the 2 bus spaces ourselves, thinking that what was required was a little bit of paintwork there, and without having to do the curbing and footpathing and the infrastructure underneath. But Rod answered that email for me in much the same terms as you did. Thanks, Mike.
Councillor Bill.
We could allow parking on the footpath.
Councillor Carl.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Mike. Mike, are you confident that the department has exhausted all of their treatments around, and I agree on the second page of the report with the, in the executive summary, and they talk about the state's latest guidelines for setting speed limits, and it's due to the entries and exits, access points. But are you really, and I'm not talking about removing trees as the ultimate, but are you really confident that they've exhausted every possible treatment with the latest standards? Because I tend to agree with Councillor Nancy. That's a long stretch of 50 k's, and well, I note your comments about, you know, I don't think it'd make much difference. Well, to people travelling through, well, the bread and butter users, I call them, the day users are the people who commute to work each and every day, every single day of the year, that they have to work. And so the natural tendency for that impacts to flow out onto local council road network is highly likely in my view. Now, I'm not a transport and traffic engineer, but I do drive a motor vehicle, and I'll take the most convenient route. And if I become familiar with a 50k zone that long, guess where I'm going? And it's not West Street, because that's diabolical. It'll be Hume Street, and that'll even become more diabolical, in my view. So whilst it seems like the best option to get the most efficient way to get cars from point A to B, I just suspect we might be pushing the problem further afield if we haven't really pushed the point of them utilising every possible means in their corridor before we start relocating the problem.
Yeah, look, the third recommendation indicates that we acknowledge the department's position regarding speed limits, not necessarily saying that we agree with it, and we're asking them in that recommendation to ensure that, you know, that it's appropriately delineated. Look, I'll just give you an example. Down in New South Wales, when they brought in 50 limits originally, they put it through on the residential streets in New South Wales alone. Within 10 years, it was made mass across the roads that go in and out of the towns. Queensland's move is definitely, that's one of the considerations going forward. So it could be that within a number of years that we would have mass 50 any case across the city. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, those sorts of discussions are happening, you know, when we're looking at road safety at a state and national level. How do we achieve an improved outcome? So I think where we're going with road safety, there is this net zero outcome that communities and, you know, the federal road safety strategy, the state road safety strategy, and our road safety strategy fully support. And for us to be passive resistant to changes that initiate a safer road network is probably not in the community's broader interest ultimately. And I ask council that, you know, we do need to lead in this space and understand, yes, it's going to have those little inconvenient impacts of time, another 5 or 10 seconds when I drive along that section of road, but that's what it is. 10 more seconds. Can we be patient for 10 seconds? And I say, don't, you know, our road safety, council's road safety strategy talks about net zero, safe systems, our federal and state. So I do ask for council's support that, you know, I think we can ask TMR to reconsider if that's what council's wishes, and that can be put into a recommendation here or expanded differently. But I think council's position and your officer's position has been to very much support where the road safety direction is going at a national and state perspective and taking that through in things such as our road safety strategy.
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate all that and I was open about that, but my question was to you, are you confident that the department has exhausted every treatment that they possibly can? And in the recommendation we're saying some street signage and that sort of stuff, but line marking, are you confident that they've exhausted all of the tools in their kit bag before just saying, we're going to make it 50 because it's easiest and it's the cheapest option to make it 50 to achieve the same results for road safety? That's what my question was, not whether I agree with it or not. It's just, if you poke the bubble in one place, the balloon in one place, it bulges in another place. And until we have a net 50k zone across the city, we are pushing the problem. So have they, like, I agree, it's hard, we're hard pressed to argue against road safety, but have they exhausted every avenue at their disposal?
Look, I believe they have, with respect to my understanding of the work that their designers have done, and they've done a lot in consultation with our design staff as well as in our team here and consulting through there. As I pointed out, and they indicate, if we stay at 60 and they start trying to bring in safety measures at 60, it means we start losing street trees. And if council is bent on that, they want a 60 zone through there, give us the design of a 60 zone section of road through there. We're probably, you know, well, unlikely they'd take that up, but at the end of the day, you'd see most of your camp laurels and your other trees that are close to the curb lines and the intersections being removed. So that's the differing element in current design standards.
Bring on an alternate route for through travellers might help ease a bit of the pain too, longer term.
Well, that's the Toowoomba North-South Transport Corridor.
Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Yes to the north-south. And if that's what it means, then yes, please. I'll go to 40 along Ruthven if we can get north-south. Anyway, that's not what I was going to say. Mike, on page, I'll get back to this discussion in a sec, but I just want to clarify on page 1776, that's the map of the proposed 31 car parks. Can I just clarify? They're still putting the, because it may be in the report, I just want to clarify in my head though, they're still putting the two bus, what do you call it?
Bus bays.
Bus space, thank you, in between 17 and 18. Is that, am I reading that map correctly?
Yeah, so the bus stop top diagram,
Yep.
obviously on the right-hand side there.
Yep. Okay, cool.
And then the bottom diagram to the left. So
Yes.
that adjoins. So that's just just before the intersection with Donahue Street.
Yeah, cool. I just wanted to clarify that. Can I also just ask about the alternate car park that we were looking at on, is it on Hume Street? Or up near the soccer fields?
It's actually within the soccer fields.
Within the soccer fields, yeah.
So at what would be the northern end.
So correct me if I'm wrong, we were looking at the cost of approximately 800,000 for that? No?
The cost initially, and this goes back a couple of years, 2-3 years ago, was in the order of about $1 million was the estimated costs at that time. And what obviously has occurred in the last couple of years is significant costs. So in that design, there's a design for about 147 spaces, and as we brought back to council in the order of about 1.7 million to do that now. So that's where council said, well, we're losing roughly half the spaces equivalent along Ruthven Street, half the cost of that, 865,000. So that's where the 865 came from.
Yeah.
A request for approximately 50% of the cost of doing the internal car park.
So if we go with this 31 and we do the car park ourselves at 1.7 million, when do you propose or possibly think that could happen?
I might ask through GM, acting CEO Nick Hauser and or his acting GM to make comment on that as it sits with their group at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Councillor Melissa. In the papers for your capital budget discussion tomorrow, the proposed parking area here for Nellie Robinson is unfunded. So the $1.6 million is below the line and unfunded. So it's a project that's thought to be of lower priority than all those other things that are above the line. So it's getting out to 24, 25, depending on other priorities.
So it's 147 car parks. If we did took the $500,000 from TMR to do that car park instead of these 31, how soon would that car park happen? Would it be above the line?
With acting GM, it's probably council's call in sort of like discussions tomorrow when we're talking about capital works.
Can I just clarify the question?
So what I'm saying is, if we said no to the 31 and said yes to the 500,000, would that, because that's 147 car parks. I'm just trying to work out in my head, if the 1.7 is unfunded for us to do that ourselves, and we said no to these 31 car parks and put the $500,000 to that, and we then pay 1.2 million, does that then get above the line, do you think?
No, the funding source doesn't really help because we've still got expenditure of $1.6 million. So $1.6 million or $1.7 million of other projects would need to be moved out to meet our financial parameters.
Okay. So we're better off sticking with 31 because we won't get anything otherwise, basically. Right. My next point, if I may, Mr. Chair. Yes. Mike, again, to quote the words of Councillor Von Hoff, I'm not being adversarial to TMR. We've got a great working relationship and I want to further that. So I'm just asking the question. I would like to know what the statistics are for incidents, i.e. fatalities, hospitalisations, along that stretch of road over the last 5 years that piques the interest of TMR to do this safety work. Because, as you and I discussed in a meeting earlier today, black spot funding, or one of the criteria for black spot funding, is the incidence of fatalities, hospitalisations, etc. And as far as I'm aware, and I am only a new councillor, but as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been any black spot funding proposals for this stretch of road over the last 5 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. So what I'm trying to understand is, if it's such a massive safety issue, then why wasn't a proposal put forward and granted for black spot funding along this stretch of road, which is a 4-lane highway, but we've got 2-lane roads in our other, which are quite heavy, West Street, Hume Street, and careful what you wish for. They're still 60, and they're only 2-lane roads, and they're still 60. And this, we're looking at a 4-lane highway dropping from 60 to 50. So what I'm trying to understand is, what are the statistics that pique TMR's interest? And I'm not against safety. That's not what I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand why they want to drop it from 60 to 50 when you've got these other roads that are much smaller and have significant traffic on them at peak hours. Why?
I'm happy to source that information. I do know from a black spot submission perspective, there is, how can I say, different rules in the game for state government and local government road networks, and how that's managed or balanced between the state and feds when it comes to black spots. So there could be a number of reasons, and there's nothing saying they haven't put something in previously and just hasn't got up under those programs. So I don't know the history there. So, but separate to this, I'm more than happy to ask them to see if they could provide us the statistical information behind their decisions, and also how they've have they previously looked at this as a black spot program under black spot program funding.
Because it's really interesting. We're being asked to make an informed decision with not all the information. Because to me, if we're looking at a safety project, then we're not being given all the information as to why it's such a high issue. And in saying that, I would then like to second Councillor Summerfield's alternate motion. Please. I would like to second Councillor Summerfield's alternate motion. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Right, we've got Councillor Carroll now.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This project has been planned for many years. I do believe that those statistics were shared with us by TMR, by Kim, when she was here. They came many years ago and flagged that this was going to be a project. Since I've been sitting here in 2008 in ISG, there's been some tremendous lobbying and complaints and accidents because of the poor planning around a development that allowed Donahue Street to go in there as a T-junction, and with no, you know, it really is terrible. But I bring you, look, I have to say that I believe that our major consideration should be the safety of our community, and road safety should be paramount in our minds. We're not the managers of this road, and Transport and Main Roads is committed to the urban high-risk road project on Ruthven Street, and that's because the state government has an overarching view of the 50k limits, and and TMR are referencing in this Ausroads safety standards that have come through to the states. So as the road safety, I mentioned before, but road safety roundtable will soon be held next week, as Mike said, and I would expect that there'll be more comment and recommendations that'll come out of that. And you've been given the reason, councillors, why they want to take this back to 50, because of all the different roads that go onto there and all the things like people running across the road to get to netball when they dropped off on the other side of the road, and all these things happen. There's a retirement village down Donahue Street. There's reasons why they want to do that, and they've made that plain. And quite frankly, they can do this whether we agree with it or whether they don't. Indeed, it's their responsibility to do it. It's their road. And I have to say to you that as the safety of our community is paramount to me, I support the reduction of the speed limit.
Thank you. You wish to make a brief comment, Councillor Moyser?
I do, thank you. And I agree with Councillor Carroll with her comments about the retirement village in Donahue Street, but the stretch from Audley Street down to Donahue Street is still 60 kilometres. It's 50 kilometres from Audley back to James Street, so that's not even part of the 50k area that they're talking about. So just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon?
Chair, thanks. Look, I suppose if I could jump in the boat of saying I think 60 is reasonable, and I probably wouldn't support it slowing down to 50 like many others around the room. There are lights going in there for the McDonald's retirement village people, and I think that's helpful. But what I am struggling with is right now, if you drive southbound towards Nellie Robinson, you can park along there. TMR is looking to change that, and it was originally to give us some other parks some money towards it. Now it's giving us some money to effectively a better version of what we have now, and that's all right, I suppose. But when we put our what does the community expect hat on here, and us as representatives of the community, the are we any better off card, I think, has to be played. But can I just ask, Mike, my questions are with regard to these street trees. So I suppose I've sat in this room many times where in development application meetings where 2-3 trees have become the source of a fair bit of contention and changed how we vote accordingly. And we're talking about 15, I think here, 14, 15, 16, right. Something like that. Is it, so when you drive there, there's some really big gum trees up there, but then there's also the footpath, and between the footpath and the road, some littler other looking trees. Is that the trees we're talking about, those kind of trees there?
Yes, Councillor McMahon. So it's the smallish jacarandas that are along near the curb, along there. So it won't be touching anything along the park or the big gums and that are in the park.
I suppose now that that's clarified, I still maintain the issue that that's 20 years worth of growth there, and replanting isn't a tomorrow solution. There are several technologies that exist within council that I've seen used where you pick up the whole tree and put it in a different hole. And if it's a few larger trees that are stopping it from being 60 k's, and the technology is there to literally transplant mature trees, is this an option that's being looked at in light of this whole thing? I don't understand. It's not adding up that we've got to remove trees, so we can do that without chopping them down.
Your second question there, and my understanding the sorts of technologies that you're talking about are available to a degree, but it also just, and I'm happy to my learned colleague through the acting CEO to comment here, but I don't believe that different species such as the camphor laurels and major trees like that are the type that you could successfully relocate. There is some species that you do see, and that they do occasionally try to, but you also go with the risk of them dying, even those ones that those major trees that they do relocate from time to time you see on TV. But the acting CEO, through his experience, might be able to make comment on that.
Can't add a lot more value than you have there, Mike, but the camphor laurels wouldn't be suitable for transplanting, sure. And the others are probably we would need to do it when they're at a stage of less advancement than what they are for them to be successful.
Yeah. Thanks. And I have no further questions, but I was going to re-look at Councillor Melissa's idea that a year from now we'll have 31 otherwise better car parks than we have now, but still the internal car park is a few years off funding with or without. So it's going to be a slow solution to a huge problem at Nellie Robinson in peak times that we're not going to be solving overnight. I think that's clear from this, but we need to make sure we're doing all we can to help. Thanks.
Councillors, we think we better begin to wind this debate up. It's gone on for quite some time. If there are any brief comments, I'll take them now. Councillor Melissa has indicated she'll support the motion that Councillor Summerfield was prepared to move. In her absence, I'd imagine my reading is that we would have to get another mover or another mover and second, yeah, that's my view, but I've asked the CEO, acting CEO, how we deal with that. But in the meantime, Councillor McDonald.
Was that just clarifying just what you just said there before, Mayor? What's the process there that you wanted to go through? You need another mover and seconder.
Well, Councillor Summerfield indicated that she would have moved a particular motion.
Is that what you're saying?
What I've actually said now, and I think I heard Councillor Melissa say that she would support Councillor Summerfield's motion. What I'm indicating now and what I'm checking out on is whether has Councillor Summerfield, actually moved the motion in real terms, and I would imagine she'd have to be in the room to move that motion to vote.
Okay, could I just flag a question then, if that's the case, not going to debate, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, through you, Mayor, to the GM, with TMR merely informing us of what they're actually doing and not really requesting us to provide feedback in regard to the kilometre change?
In essence, it's council, as we did last September, we asked them to reconsider. They've answered that question and they've said this is their position.
I guess fundamentally I wanted to clarify the difference then between that, which is they've informed us that this is the case. We've rightly, on behalf of the community, come back and said, no, this is it. That's done. It's their road. They're the governing body of it. But the second part of this was when we consider, and it was a motion to have a look at our turning arrows, that was an opt-in or opt-out scenario. So it's a different subject, but I just want to get the clarity between both, because this one they've said to us, that's what it is, it's going that way, that's informing us. The other, they've said, we're changing these arrows to, you can only turn on a green arrow, and we're re-prosecuting that as a council as to whether we want to opt in or opt out for that. So I just want the clarity between the two different things.
Tomorrow there's a council information session on filtered turning, and that's what you're referring to. Okay, we'll be going right through all of that, and ultimately what council as its manager of its road network could do, and there's some options flagged in that discussion with council. Again, it comes with consideration of risk and what councils are willing to bear by, but it's a very comprehensive presentation that you'll be given tomorrow.
So there is a difference, and I guess this is what we've spent nearly half an hour, 40 minutes discussing something that we have zero control over, in my mind. That's as I read it, but you correct me if I'm wrong, but we have absolutely no control over it. It's a decision by TMR, and whether it's broad brush and it's not treated as specific areas, that's not for us to decide, that's TMR. So, this whole story, concentrate on things that you can control and forget the things you can't. Well, I'm thinking this might be one of those ones that we can't control. Is that correct?
At the end of the day, it's their decision on their road network, what speed limits they put in accordance with their standards. So
whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter, is what I'm saying. It is a decision.
That's right. We try to influence it, and we try to query and get a pragmatic outcome at the end of the day. But ultimately, they will give their position and stand with their position.
I just wanted a clarification of that. Thanks.
Any other comments around the room? Oh, Bailey, did you wish to make a comment?
Yes, you may think this is a frivolous statement, but putting something like blanketly, council disagrees with its Hartman's position regarding the proposed speed limit of 50 kilometres, people might read that as it reads. That's not what we're trying to advocating. I would probably carve that out, something like saying, you know, noting public safety, council disagrees. If you look at blanketly, what we're saying is that we don't support the people doing 50 there, and people might read that blanketly saying, we'll do whatever we like. Okay, so it's pretty much on our decision that we don't agree with the 50 kilometres. What I'm reading is that we don't have enough WHS information. So pretty much based on the information we received today on WHS, we don't agree with the 50 kilometres. But if they pulled out a report that they showed us on WHS why they've made their decisions, then we may have a different view. Because WHS has a really blanket provision. Once there's a report on your table as a PCBU, responsible person, be no different to anyone in this room. If we got a report from a consultant that said there was an issue and that should be reduced to 50, we're put in a very different spot. So that's what might have happened over there. There's big responsibilities, there's personal liabilities. I'm just concerned about just having blanket words that simply say we don't agree with 50 Ks for an entity. It's sort of noting public safety, council disagrees. So we're just sort of a bit of carve-out wording.
Any further comments around the room? Brief, please. So the reality is that they've made the decision on their road.
Can I just make a
I
comment?
might just make a brief comment, please.
Just so it's on record, councillors, just in regards to number 3, that is a council resolution, not the officer's position. So that I just want to make that clear that that's on record.
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah, thank you.
Would it be appropriate to change that? Sorry? Well, we have the absence of the mover, so it has to the process has to start again. We need a mover and a seconder.
Does it? Because my recollection is Councillor Nancy moved an amendment, but you never called for a seconder at that time. She foreshadowed? Oh, I stand corrected. Okay.
Yes, she foreshadowed.
My apology.
Well, you know, I don't profess to have a great knowledge of this, but the acting CEO has indicated to me that movers and seconders need to be in the room.
Councillors, I'm just reading from the best practice standing orders, and there's a section that addresses absence of mover of a motion. That says where a councillor is given notice of a motion is absent from the meeting of the local government at which the motion is to be considered, the motion may be moved by another councillor at the meeting or deferred to the next meeting. So that's assuming that Councillor Summerfield's temporary absence is considered.
She may be back in a moment. That was the indication to me that she was just ducking out briefly. But anyhow, here's where we are now, and we need to deal with the matter. Councillor McDonald.
If it's an alternate recommendation, then we can still vote on the alternate recommendation, I would have thought, or it could be treated as a foreshadowed motion if the first one is lost.
My understanding is Councillor Nancy's motion isn't an amendment, that's the motion. It's not the officer's recommendation, but she's moved that motion.
Alternate motion.
Well, it's alternate to the officer's recommendation, but it's not an alternate motion. That's the first motion.
It becomes the motion.
Councillor Melissa has seconded. The amendment that is being made, though, would need the approval of the mover of the motion. So noting public safety would need Councillor Summerfield's agreement to that change. So I would suggest that if we're comfortable with this motion and that's the motion to be put, the Mayor should seek another mover of this motion and seconder of this motion before you vote on it.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move the officer's recommendation. I remove the original motion. Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca, you're seconding that? Righto, the officer's recommendation has been moved and seconded. Anyone wishing to go into debate? I think we've probably had a fairly solid discussion on this. Comfortable that I put the motion? That is the officer's recommendation. Those in favour? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's carried. Councillors, I think we might, sorry Kate, down the back there, you've been very patient. But I think we might just stop for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, someone like to move the adjournment? Carol, Jeffrey, those in favour? Gotcha. All done. Better call. And we begin by moving to item 12.12, deferral of infrastructure charges for public benevolent institutions, PBI, health promotion charities and community uses. So I'll hand over initially to Nicola, and she will no doubt hand over to Kate, who's been very patient today. I think she deserves the award of the day for being here as long as she has.
Thank you, Mayor. And so that we don't delay this any further, I'm going to hand straight over to you, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Nicola. Hi, councillors. We're here to discuss the extension of Policy 2.81, deferral of infrastructure charges for public benevolent institutions, health promotion charities and community uses. Extending this policy would demonstrate Council's continued commitment towards supporting critical services across the region. It aligns with our corporate plan, and since the policy became effective on the 1st of February 2021, Council has deferred almost $200,000 in infrastructure charges revenues across 7 different developments. This policy limits financial risk to Council by limiting the deferred charge to $100,000 per application. Officer recommendation is to extend it for 4 years from the 1st of February 2023. Some consultation has been undertaken with feedback received and adopted in part. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions? I'd imagine this is pretty straightforward procedure. Councillor Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mayor. I was just wondering that there has been, to public knowledge, a great deal of extensions to hospitals like St Vincent's and St Andrews, but they're not mentioned on this. I take it that this scheme is not in some way suitable for works of that nature. Could you explain what the difference might be there?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Through you, Chair. Effectively, so private hospitals are not, they are hospital use, so they don't qualify under this policy. If you look at it, the non-profits, then there's charitable institutions registered under the ACNC, and then under that we have subtypes, which is the HPC and PBI uses, and Council has determined that it's in best interest of the community to support those uses.
No, fair enough. It's just a different type of. Just looking at the table there on the second page, going down to the 4th one, the amount approved to be deferred is higher in the fact that they charge levied. Is there an explanation to that?
Apologies, thank you. When a charge is levied under Section 119 of the Planning Act, it is subject to indexation. So between when that development approval went out and when we're making these determinations and formalising those by way of an infrastructure agreement, there is a small variance in that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Kate? So this is policy, and it guides you in your determinations of subsidy variance and that sort of thing. Happily moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Jeff. Any questions? Anyone wishing to speak against it? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried. Once again, Kate, sorry that we've had you in here for so long. You've been very patient. We'll move now to item 12.13, and I guess this is Nicola, a Regional Development Statistics Report.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm happy to provide a summary of the report. So detached dwelling approvals have decreased and unit approvals have increased in November of 2022 compared to the previous month. The total number of development applications increased in comparison to October. So for November it was 246 compared to 231 in October. In comparison to our monthly average over a year, the monthly average is 268, so there was a slight decline in November. The total number of development applications approved during the month of November 2022 was 211, and this represents a slight decrease on the October numbers of 259. The average over the course of 12 months is 253, so there was a reduction in November. For the last 12 months, the monthly average number of development applications received, as I said before, is 268. At the end of November 2022, there were 344 planning-related applications and 142 building and plumbing-related applications that have not yet been decided and are at various stages within the assessment process. During November, 45 new lots were approved and 105 sealed lots, and this compares to 84 new lots and 1 sealed in October. In the same period, 56 new dwellings and 4 new units were approved, and this increased the region's housing stock by 60, compared to 75 new dwellings and no new units in October. Building approval numbers have been fluctuating for the last 12 months, as can be seen on the graphs. For November 2022, approval numbers have slightly decreased and value fluctuations have slightly increased compared to October, and I think we will see that across the board in terms of cost of materials and services. Decision-making periods for the month of November show that of the decisions made, 168 or 89% were decided within the relevant decision-making timeframes. Overall, the total number of building applications approved for dwellings, extensions, units and Class 2 to 9 applications during the month of November was 234, which closely compares to October at 239, and the combined value of approved building applications during November was just over 52 million for the whole region, compared to 51, little over 51 in October. I'm now happy to take any questions that councillors may have.
Are there any questions for the GM? No questions? Councillor Shine.
No, thanks. I had sent you an email, I think, but just re-looking at that graph on page 1800, the green line, it does fluctuate considerably, and perhaps we can't really deduce that whilst it's down at the moment, it may well be up in the next year or two. Do you take any, draw any conclusions from that, if there is a trend, and for what reason that the trend is there, and what we could do about it as a council?
Thank you for the question, councillor. I think if we look back, even in November of 2010, there's a decline there as well. So it well may be that it's part of a yearly cycle. So November 2012, also there was a decline, 2014 a decline. So I would, anecdotally, I would suggest, just based on this graph, that towards the end of the calendar year there is a decline, and then we do see those spikes, but I really would not be able to sort of speculate any further beyond that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, does someone wish to move the receipt of that report? Councillor Carl has moved, Councillor Melissa Taylor has seconded. Those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. So that's, we move to item 13, matters for which notice has been given. There's been no notice sent to me in respect to any matters to be brought forward. So I'll move then to item 14, which any other business that council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda papers. Anyone have anything they wish to bring forward? If not, we'll move then to going into closed session. Moved by Councillors Vonhoff and Carol Taylor. Those in favour? Close the doors and we'll await